practice sessions, and as you can see on your screen down there, through turn 4, they were working together once lap number 4. Colton Schneegenberg and the team GWR Energy currently sits 3rd. Zane Burgess is 4th. Maxwell Macha is 5th. For those watching along online, there were some overnight timing and scoring issues that have disconnected some of our timing and scoring features. We're working on trying to get that up and rolling for you guys, but once we get to the heat races anyway, it won't matter. You'll be watching by position on the racetrack. In the meantime, it'll be up to us to update you on where they currently stand in terms of lap times. And right now, in fact, it's the first two all the way out on the racetrack, and that is Cade Wolf and Parker Ives. Parker that time by on the red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart. Went a little bit quicker than Cade did. Here comes the top two through turn number 4, and they have about 3.5 tenths on the field. My name's Andrew Clemens in the booth. Joining me will be a host of different inside the live commentary box. Caleb Vieska will be down mainly on pit lane for interviews. Ryan Norberg and Connor Zillish will join us for the shootout races tonight, and then Connor will join us again for the X30 Pro myself, Xander Clemens. It's Alexander Searle joining me here for his first IAME Grand National Championship on commentary. And Alex, already a couple of tenths split out through the half of the field.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, my first time being here at the IAME Grands. It's one of the biggest events we have every single year, so really, really glad to be here. Like you said on your screen here, Parker Ives and Cade Wolf, 1 and 2. I mean, Cade Wolf has the luxury right now of Parker Ives pushing him further back. We see Macha and Schneegenberg 3rd and 4th. Finally, Macha's been able to get to the bumper now of Schneegenberg. You know, Colton coming off of a big win over there in Pittsburgh, so trying to carry momentum here into the Grand Nationals. Let's see what the lap holds this time around when they go through turn 5 and 6. I suspect a much better lap from Macha and Schneegenberg. Now they're finally hooked up bumper to bumper here, as we have 3 karts around in the bowl corner. That's one of the Lando Norris karts on a Sodi kart. See if we can get a number there. It's number 55 of Zane Burgess facing the wrong way in the bowl corner. So now we want to see that's going to be his qualifying session essentially ruined.
Yeah, unfortunate for Zane Burgess there on the JC karting team LN kart. Here's a look coming to the line. This will be the end of the session. Checkered flag in the air. No, not yet. We'll get going for a little bit more. We're continuing to work our way towards the end of the session here. We have 2 minutes left in the 8-minute total qualifying. My mistake. One of the longer qualifying sessions they'll have, and that's been a few complaints of some of the drivers throughout the season, as it takes so long to get the tires up to temperature that the 2 and 3 lap shootout qualifying sessions that we normally have, you end up not really getting to show your true colors. But it's the same for everybody. The downside to the longer format is we may see a little more gamesmanship of drivers trying to back off and find a toe because they have laps at their disposal. And right now, not mattering all too much in the smaller turnout of the IAME Microswift class at about 14 deep. For Cade Wolf and Parker Ives, they were able to find each other. They've been hooked up this entire session, continuing to set fast laps and keeping about a 2/10 cushion over the likes of Schneegenberg and Macha. But as you mentioned, Alex, Schneegenberg and Macha getting hooked up a little better the time before. They did close the margin a little bit, and now we're starting to see the leaders stall out. A 54.4, their best, back on lap 6.
Yeah, like I was saying, you know, Macha and Schneegenberg hooked up on the last lap, put together a decent lap to make it, 2/10 now to your leader. I wonder how much that yellow flag there in turn 4 maybe hindered their lap time last time around here. The yellow flag has now been cleared for Zane Burgess. He's going to hold on to P5 for now on the Sodi kart, but back out front there, Parker Ives pushing Cade Wolf here. Like you said, super long qualifying session, one of the longest we have all year, if not the longest session. Let's see if that plays a factor here as the lap times have slowed down quite dramatically over the last few laps.
Yeah, everyone beginning to fade off a little bit here. 50 seconds. Maxwell Macha leading Colton Schneegenberg. Those two behind these two. Cade Wolf there in the blue and yellow Timmy Tech Comp Kart, and Parker Ives with that bright silver chrome helmet on the red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart. They are 2.5 tenths clear, and with the final lap, I believe, either underway now or coming to it. You saw Schneegenberg go by on Macha down the backstretch. That was changing positions there. May not go as fast on this final time around. For these two here, Cade Wolf, Parker Ives, I think it'll be just cruise it on in. I don't know if they'll go any bit quicker.
Micro Swift class. Parker Rise P2, Schneegenberg and Macha is going to round out your row 2 for Micro Swift. Rounding out your top 5 is Zane Burgess, who you see didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted, but holds onto a P5 there, so impressive on the Sody Kart driver there. Lawrence Perryman, P6, Gavin Decay, 7th, Daniel Ramirez, Liam Sutton, and Parker Stewart going to round out your top 10 in Micro Swift.
That'll round it off here. So the first class of 7 fully complete at Trackhouse Motorplex. The IAME Heavies are getting set to go green. The second of 7 here for qualifying, featuring a few names you may recognize from the KA100 Senior class moving on up. So 1 down, 6 to be graded, 2 split groups for KA100 Senior. It all continues to roll. We come back here from Mooresville.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, IAME, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the Mid and Coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex for the IAME USA Grand National Championship. IAME Heavy onto the racetrack now as we begin with qualifying group number 2, class number 2. Dusty Davis is a name many know, a driver who has gone all the way up to the likes of the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series and the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series now, but as well also a former general manager here at Trackhouse Motorplex and a long-time kart racer. He has won numerous senior, national, and club level events here. And well, for some reason, granted, to be fair to Dusty, it's been a lot of years he's been racing, Alex. He finds himself in the IAME Heavy, the traditional Masters class, and he has been, through practice, the driver to beat. He's front of your screen on that number 7 red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart with a black and white suit. He leads them up the hill currently.
Yeah, I mean, super impressive. You know, like you said, has a few years under his belt, you know, in terms of racing experience and driving experience, but to put 5/10 on the field in any class is pretty impressive. So for Dusty Davis there on the RPM number 7 go-kart, pretty impressive there. You know, this morning in the 5th practice there, Billy Workman, a guy that's also pretty familiar around the paddock, goes P2. You know, still needs 5/10 to catch up to Dusty Davis there. Bonanno in 3rd and Paul Montopoli in 4th this morning in morning practice there for the happy hour.
Obviously P1 maintains that P1 and goes even faster with the 51.180.
Yeah, I mean, looking a little further back there, you see Billy Workman and Martin Stone working together there. There goes to the inside. I believe that's Billy Workman. Ooh, not going to make it happen there. I'm surprised that they're even going for a move right now with how fast Dusty Davis has been all weekend long. You know, to see him pull away there in qualifying, you'd expect 2 or 3 karts trying to get hooked up to, you know, get any pace advantage there on Dusty Davis. Right now, he's put 5/10 on the next closest competitor there. A much better lap, I would say, you know, coming from Martin Stone, his RPM teammate. So let's see what Martin Stone put together here. He's pulling away just a little bit from Billy Workman Jr. there up on the wheel. Let's see, around turn 11 and 12 here. A much better lap, like I was saying, for the RPM teammate of Martin Stone here as they cross the line. Let's see what it is. It's a much better lap for Martin Stone there.
Yeah, of course. When we were speaking about it earlier this weekend, I mean, we heard Xander saying that gamesmanship was also going to come into play as well. And it's going to be interesting to see some of these guys maybe use that gamesmanship as well, as we see Dusty Davis still in that first spot. Maybe he's going to try to burn a lap, let these guys go ahead, and then he's going to maybe try to get behind them, maybe get a tow. So it's definitely something to watch here this weekend, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, last time by there, you see Martin Stone actually went purple. It hasn't updated there on the race monitor. It still has in P2, but Martin Stone went purple here. He's catching up to Dusty Davis' bumper. Like I said, the gamesmanship will be interesting here with the RPM teammates. Will Dusty Davis back off to try to get to Martin Stone's bumper to maybe work together there? And the thing with Martin Stone as well, he's dragging Billy Workman Jr. along with him. Billy Workman has also closed the gap, and Workman there, like I said, goes purple. Martin Stone, fastest car on the racetrack last time by, pulled Billy Workman with him, and now Workman goes purple to 51 flat.
Yeah, Billy Workman, good lap by him with that 51 flat, and we haven't seen it from any of these other guys yet. Dusty Davis as well has been super quick, as well as Martin Stone and other guys far down the field. This field seems super tight at the moment. Many of these guys are really starting to go at it here as we see the 441 of Martin Stone as well. He's been super quick all weekend. Billy Workman in there as well, right behind him at the moment. So Billy Workman really getting the benefit of the doubt here, right behind Martin Stone at the moment, and he's really making up time.
Yeah, Dusty Davis has turned up the wick just a little bit on this lap. He has pulled away a bit from Martin Stone. Expect a pretty decent lap here from Dusty as he crosses the line. Not going to be enough. Still a 51-2 for Dusty Davis. So still, Workman Jr. is right now, as they stand, your pole sitter in the KA100 Masters class. You know, on Martin Stone's bumper right now. Dusty Davis has pulled away a little bit here, but you know, like Xander and I were talking about in the previous session, this is one of the longer qualifying sessions we'll see all year long. So it's really important to get the tire pressures right, and it looks to me like the lap times are already starting to fade here. So we'll see if Workman Jr. can hold on to this pole position.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, Workman has been doing a lot to keep his kart up at the front at the moment in qualifying. But I won't be surprised to see some of these guys come into the pits early to maybe save a little bit of tire for the rest of the heats and for the rest of the races coming up tonight. So I won't be surprised to see Billy Workman, obviously with the 51 flat. We haven't seen anybody else get into the 51 flats at the moment. Billy Workman doing a great job, and I won't be surprised to see him come in early in this session, Alex.
Yeah, there he goes across the line. Workman Jr. once again, purple 51 flat. Martin Stone 1/100th of a second away from his lap time there at a 51.102 versus 51.092. That is the third time that we've seen Billy Workman Jr. try to get around Martin Stone. Couldn't make it work once again. That's going to hold both of them up around this lap. That's going to kill both the momentum here. Dusty Davis, you know, super impressive from the RPM driver, the number 7 of Dusty Davis, to be all on his lonesome and to only be a 10th off of pole position. Pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, of course. And as we were saying before, I mean, if I'm Dusty Davis here at the moment, Billy Workman and Martin Stone are really working together, and they're doing a great job to keep the pace up in their karts. So if I'm Dusty Davis here, I may pull behind these guys and maybe try to get a draft, see what they're doing differently than what I am, and try to go faster than what I am at the moment, because at the moment he has no help.
Yeah, I mean, Dusty Davis consistently doing 51.1 and 51.2s all session long. Last time by Stone and Workman did 51.5s. That's probably a result of the attempted pass we saw in 4. Inside for Workman Jr., not going to make a stick once again. Oh, Martin Stone's going to let him by here. So now let's see what Stone and Workman can do as they've swapped spots. But like you said, I am very surprised that we haven't seen Dusty Davis try to fall back behind both of these guys here.
Yeah, of course, and obviously with 7 minutes left here in qualifying, it's going to be interesting for these guys. 28 seconds, I'm sorry, here left in qualifying. Many of these guys don't have that much time. This may be the last lap by, or maybe 2 more laps for these guys to go here. Martin Stone, obviously, now behind the 264, the pole man at the moment, Billy Workman, who is on the pole for now. That 264 kart has been fast, and Martin Stone is now behind him. See if Martin Stone can improve any better. They cannot. They are now in the 52 seconds. Billy Workman, 51.852 last time by. These guys are not improving at the moment, but Martin Stone really has to pull something out of the bag here to try to beat the 264 of Billy Workman for the pole.
Yeah, Workman Jr., there's the first lap we've seen him ahead of Martin Stone at full speed. So let's see what they can do here. This is going to be the last time around here. Dusty Davis has pulled away from the 2 guys behind him, but like I was saying, he's been super consistent. 51.2s, 51.1s, probably has the best race go-kart out of all of them. But unfortunately, you know, with no draft, it's probably going to keep him in P3 here. Workman Jr. seems to be just a little bit faster than Martin Stone at this stage in qualifying. hasn't been able to get a bump from Martin Stone. So if anything, Martin Stone is benefiting from Workman's pace here, but I don't think it's going to be beneficial for either of these drivers.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, this may be the last time out for these guys as they do take the checkered. Can anybody else improve? Billy Workman cannot, and I believe that's going to be it here. I think the 264 of Billy Workman is going to take the pole here in IAME Masters, and Martin Stone could not improve his lap. I mean, he improved his last lap by, but was not good enough to beat Billy Workman in that 264.
Yeah, something to mention really quickly here. I mean, it's only one lap difference here, but Dusty Davis pulled in the pits a lap earlier there, so he's going to have a lap fresher tires coming for the first heat race later today, so that's going to be important to note. But yeah, like I was saying, Dusty Davis on his lonesome the entire qualifying session, didn't do a lap outside of 51.2 and 51.1, so super consistent for the very experienced Dusty Davis there, but this is the first time we've seen him all weekend long not top your timing sheets. So this is going to be a pretty fun race to watch here for IAME Heavy, but Billy Workman on pole position. Martin Stone P2, Dusty Davis P3, Ryan Kasner in P4, and John Bonanno rounding out your top 5. When we come back, we're going to get ready to go for KA100 Junior qualifying. Don't go anywhere.
Karts are coming to life here now, folks, as the KA100 Juniors get released onto the racetrack. A full and healthy grid of nearly 40 total, making their way through turn number 4 as the field makes its way out to turn number 5 and 6 right now. Ernesto Rivera in the bright white suit for the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic. That purple, pink, and white number 804 is headed to the infield hairpin at turn number 8. And he leads them out of the pit lane for an 8-minute sessions. They can go anywhere that they want to go on the racetrack off the grid. Here we are coming up the hill towards turn number 11. We got a yellow flag as one driver spun in the infield hairpin. That has been cleared. We are single file down the front straightaway for the outlap. Here's a look at the pack coming up the hill to turn number 11. All 40 in total, beginning their first full lap at speed. And for KA100 Junior, we expect a pack race when we get into the heats. It'll all be about positioning here early into qualifying as to where they line up and where they stack.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a bit of drama here on the exit of the hairpin. The guy who went quickest in practice, Jackson Wolney, is going to be out of qualifying.
Check that out here, folks. You're going to watch your leaders come into the hairpin here. Good catch, Alex. That card on the far right of your screen, if we can stop on it right here, Jackson Wolney. He's out of qualifying in the RPG Cosmic. An issue coming out of the hairpin here on the outlap for the 896. And as you mentioned, Alex, the fastest in final practice yesterday on the shortened practice day is going to have to start tail end of the field for all 3 heat races here this weekend.
I mean, just heartbreak there for Wolney, putting together a solid test day there on the Thursday. It's going to be a pretty rough couple of heat races for him. Like you said, starting from the back of the grid, going to be, 40th, I believe, in KA Junior. So rough qualifying for him. Not what we want to see at the start of IAME Grands.
No, not whatsoever would you want to see on that one there. Unfortunate for Jackson Wolney to have that kind of an issue this early on in the weekend. And again, this sets your tone for all of today, obviously, with one heat race this afternoon, or more than anything, on a completely alternate track layout for heats 2 and 3 tomorrow. Here's a look at a few other fast drivers we expect to go to the top of the leaderboard. How about Austin Olds, who's hot off a solid performance last weekend in Pittsburgh, and the same for the blue and yellow comp cart of Carter McMurray's Timmy Tech machine. Another group coming into the infield hairpin. This is a sea of Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Karts back over to turn number 9, and I believe that's again a few drivers towards the rear. Might be the likes of maybe Nathan Holy, but more than anything, I know we've got a ton of cards under the RPM Tony Kart 10 here this weekend. But that first group out on the racetrack with Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller in tow, they are currently first and third. It's the Chad Dawkin Racing White and Orange Kart Republic of Stephen Miller, second in line in that pack. That is the fastest driver on the racetrack, a 50.798 right now. Back to Austin Olds, Carter McMurray, Isaac Malkett. They're a little further down, 5th and 6th for McMurray and Olds. Malkett edge of the top 10. We'll see what they hit this time by as they come across the start-finish line straight. Mason Walters will go fastest on the BJR MDR LN kart. Alexander Young will crack the top 5. Ernesto Rivera to go to 4th. Enzo Vidmonti end to 5th.
Wow, what a lap from Mason Walters. I mean, 2/10 on the field, 4/10 down to P3. So Mason Walters absolutely flying right now. We have a change for, I guess, the lead of this group here. It was Ernesto carrying the train of Stephen Miller and Mason Walters. Now Stephen Miller is going to carry Mason Walters around, and Ernesto is falling back to 3rd in line. Stephen Miller realized that pretty immediately there. Smart move for Stephen Miller. He doesn't want to be the one towing Walters around, so now Stephen Miller has fallen back behind Ernesto and Walters. So now it's Mason Walters leading the group, the guy who just went quickest by 2/10, leading the group around, and it's going to be Ernesto and Stephen Miller behind. But here comes the group of Austin Olds, McMurray, and Malkett. Malkett coming off of a big win at Pittsburgh last week. We're going to have a 6-card train now. I wonder if that's going to be quicker or slower here for KA Junior.
Let's go side by side here down as qualifying continues for KA100 Junior to Caleb Vieska on pit lane here as the beginning of the KA100 Seniors have made their way to grid. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. I'm here joined with Mr. Austin Garrison. Austin, you're coming off a great win at USPKS over at Newcastle Motorsports Park. We're here this weekend. How are you feeling, carrying that momentum from the big win? How are you feeling bringing that into this weekend?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty good, to be honest. We've been pretty fast in X30 for, this morning warm-up and obviously yesterday. So I think our pace is really well. I'm pretty confident going into this next couple of races up here. And the heat races, we're pretty fast with this track layout, and hopefully in the shootout we're going to be just as fast as well.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, let's talk about the layouts. I mean, obviously it's KA and X30 for you. Do you really think that the double duty in KA and X30 layouts are changing, obviously? Do you think that's going to help? Is it going to transcend from the KA to the X30?
Honestly, I don't think so too much. For sure, you got to drive the KA a lot more different than the X30 package. But I don't think going back and forth really is helping anybody because it's been so fast. You know, you get off the racetrack in KA, immediately have to go back in X30. You know, it's wearing out a lot of the drivers, but, you know, it is what it is. Everybody has to go and deal with it, but I don't think it benefits anybody.
Sounds good. Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
There you go, hearing from Austin Garrison. Thanks to Caleb Viesca for getting some intel, and interesting to hear for classes that in theory are not terribly far apart, Alex. A hard tire to the soft tire in the senior, same tire for junior, and about an 8 horsepower difference. But like he said, the heat is here, the humidity is enormous as we see David Ibarra slowing to rejoin a pack right now. It is absolutely testing everyone's physicality and stamina. Yesterday, everybody was slated for up to 12 total practice sessions through 85 to 89 degrees Fahrenheit air temperature, humidity from 70 to 90%. I mean, everyone is just sweating buckets out here.
I mean, I'm Florida born and raised. I know, Xander, you're the same way. You know, you're used to the Florida heat, right? But I mean, we're here in North Carolina, and it feels like I'm in Florida. I mean, like you said, 85 to 89 degrees Fahrenheit, but the feel like has to be triple digits. It's been pretty scorching there, so probably not a fun time to be doing double duty. You know, maybe the wrong race to do it in, right? But with the money on the line in both shootouts and both wins in the mains, you know, it provides it's enticing people to want to do it. Only 8 have signed up to do double duty here, and I bet a few of them are probably regretting it right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, but at the same time, there is a big reward if you can pull it off. There is up to $22,000 one driver could walk away with if they're able to sweep both the KA and X30 shootouts and the KA and X30 main events here this weekend. And the same bonus goes to any of these kids here on screen in KA Junior that could also sweep the X30 Junior main event, a $5,000 bonus on top of tens of thousands of dollars in the top 3, top 5 payouts. So there's a lot of money up for grabs, and that's why you see some of the superstars of our sport running both the semi-pro KA100 Senior class and the X30 Pro 125 division. And you can't even really call the KA guys semi-pros this weekend because not only is there a number of X30 Pros double-dipping, most of the top 10 are, you've also got shifter kart champions like AJ Myers and Danny Formel that headline the KA class.
I know. I mean, it's super cool to see guys, you know, come back from the gearbox classes to do some single speed. I think this is Danny's first major national race on a single speed chassis in about 7 years there for Danny. AJ, you know, he's done a few KA races in his time, but, you know, to see them come back down to single speed is pretty cool. And I mean, the pace has been there, right? AJ Myers only a 10th off of fastest time in practice 5 there, and Danny was about 2/10 off. So to be ahead of, you know, drivers who do this, you know, full time is pretty impressive, and it shows you the testament of how quick these shifter drivers are.
It is really cool to have those guys back here and again be a good meter stick for where everybody else currently stacks up against some of the best drivers North America has to offer on our touring circuit. We're now at the checkered flag moment, though. This is the final moment for anyone to try and jump Mason Walters off the pole. How about a heater lap from Isaac Malkett on that Gillard? The privateer father-son duo go to third. 800ths off the top. Austin Old still second on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. 29 thousandths off the pole. Walters still your fastest on the BJR MDRLN kart. The two heavyweights for the junior class here from 2023, Stephen Miller, Ernesto Rivera. They line up 5th and 4th. Carter McMurray with one of his better qualifying runs as he's been on a hot streak here over the course of the summer in the Timmy Tech camp. He's 6th. Enzo Vidmontienz, Motav Sport Kart Republic goes 7th. Salvador de la Vecchia goes in 8th. Turner Brown is 9th. Emma Kate Scarborough rounds the top 10 for less than a 3/10 spread through the fast 10 of the field. So another one down. That's KA Junior. Now we go to the bottom half, or half of the KA100 Seniors, Group B, getting set to go for qualifying. When we come back for more from Trackhouse Motorplex. The engines are on and heading on to the racetrack. KA100 Senior now leaving the grid for the first of two groups here, and a handful of drivers in that final practice session did not expect it to be the final practice session as the groups were split. So this is the bottom half from one of the two practices out of the 50-plus driver field, and a couple of big names in the first group that we did not expect to see in this group. John Burke on that Tesoro Raceworks Factory CRG leads the train on the black and orange machine. The green and white Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic of Hayden Jones blowing by him now into the hairpin. Also one driver we expect to be in the hunt for the win. And we heard from Austin Garrison. He's right there sporting the new helmet on the black and white Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Fifth in line as they come out of turn number 9. He'll go by Burke up the hill here into 11 and put himself in a better spot as Burke wanted to drop back and line up for a tow lap here. There's plenty of laps to do that, though, as we mentioned, with the 8-minute sessions. Lots of time to try and reposition yourself to get a nice, good tow off of somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, like we were talking about earlier, one of the longest qualifying sessions we have all year long is Hayden Jones already pulling off. He wants to be fifth card in line here. You know, the first few laps aren't going to be the ones that go purple, right? We've noticed on the past few qualifying sessions, lap 5, lap 6 is really where you can expect to go quickest. And right now these guys are trying to sort themselves out here. Garrison, you know, wasting no time, already he wants to get to the front of this group. He must feel comfortable enough in the pace of his Speed Concept Racing OTK go-kart to get to the front and pull away and put together a lap all together on his own here. But right now it is an SCR train, and right behind him, like you said, we have Hayden Jones, who surprisingly maybe hasn't had the pace we would have expected out of the Trinity Karting Kart Republic go-kart there. John Burke on the CRG. I think that is Josh Hoth and Finn Bailiff in that group as well. So some big names in this Group B who maybe haven't been as quick as we would have expected so far in the IAME Grands.
Yeah, they'll head up the hill here to turn number 3. Garrison now commands the train, as I believe that might have been one of the Aiken brothers that dropped back on that Zanella Racing Tony kart. So Austin Garrison leads them out of turn number 4. It is Finnegan Bailiff right now on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic at the end of that train. 5th in line behind the bright white and lime green Holtz DD Tony kart of Josh Holtz. And now Finn's going to go by to the inside on the 949, and he was not too much of a factor in final practice yesterday, but having Hayden Jones under the tent and using a lot of the shared data and knowledge between the many Kart Republics here, he looks to be a little bit stronger to start qualifying. We'll see what Finnegan Bailiff can put together here in the first group on the session. That time by, he'll get bumped down a little bit though. Hayden Jones, his teammate, to the top. Drew James will go even better. The privateer in the 929 Tony kart, fastest on the circuit as Austin Garrison still toes the line, 10th and a half off in third on the SCR Red Speed for number 329.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 50.7 there for Drew James. We're going to be looking for lap times down to the 50.2s to 50-point flat range to really be in contention for a pole position right now in KA Senior here. You know, I know rain, you know, went on the track yesterday, kind of maybe washed a lot of the grip off, but we've seen lap times very similar throughout the qualifying sessions as you would have seen in practice yesterday and this morning. So the track seems to be getting better and better, ramping up, and the grip seems to be back. So right now, 50.7 is not going to cut it here.
No, 50.7 will not be fast enough, and I wouldn't be surprised for that next group, featuring a number of stars like Brent Cruz, Paulie Massimino, and Weston Workman to go even faster. That time by, though, nobody really going to make a whole lot of noise. Adam Brickley further down the lineup on the blue and yellow Alonzo kart. Another father-son privateer duo dropping back. A's Austin Garrison and the 21 Hudson Brown, but Brickley to second. Brown stays third. He's in that white helmet on the green and white Tony kart under the CW Motorsports banner. Here, one of the many local teams based at Trackhouse Motorplex. John Burke and Finnegan Bailiff are 4th and 5th in line as Garrison locked in behind 1. He's now 2nd in the train. Hayden Jones leads them around out of turn number 9. And locking onto the back of this front group of 5 is Steven Eisert on the SCR Speed Sense Motorsports X-Spree, just ahead of Josh Oates there. So 2 more lining up. Let's see what laps those guys put together. Eisert will go 3rd, Bailiff 2nd, John Burke to the top of the leaderboard at a 50.61.
Yeah, here we go. This is around the time in qualifying that you could expect to see lap time start to tumble here. Lap 5, 6, and 7 is when we'd start seeing the faster laps here. And like you said, John Burke, purple at 50.6, still not going to cut it though.
Not enough. He's in a little bit of traffic this lap. We'll see what he does. Let's go side by side. How about it down to Dalton Haynes, who's one of the many 8 drivers going for the $22,000 double challenge. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Here with Dalton. Dalton, obviously, you're one of the 8. You're super quick at the moment, both in X30. You went second in happy hour, and you've been top 2 all weekend in the KA as well. How are you feeling coming into this weekend?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Kart Public North America got me a great setup for this weekend, and BBS Race Engines got me covered in X30, feeling really good there. I didn't think I'd be as fast in X30 just because I haven't been in a while. I think my last race in X30 Senior National was last year IAME Grands, but we put it together, man. I mean, my brother Roman Haynes, he's really got the setup dialed right now, and we're P2 in both, and I'm feeling pretty good.
All right, so you say you're feeling pretty good. I see the sweats running down your face at the moment. You only have like 15 minutes, you were telling me, in between qualifyings. Physically, how are you feeling at the moment?
I do a lot of test days coaching here. I mean, I coach all the time here, so physically I'm fine, but mentally getting all the tires, making sure you're not swapping to happy hour tires when it's time for qualifying tires, making sure everything's all set up and all good, that's what's most stressful, is just how mentally draining it is. But other than that, I mean, I'm having a great time. Obviously, I'm fast. Haven't really had a second to breathe, but it's going good so far.
Thank you, Dalton. Best of luck.
Thank you.
There you go from Dalton Haynes, mentioning again how busy it is running in KA100 Senior and X30 Pro. Right now, the times have changed at the top of the leaderboard again. How about it for the Northern Californian? Steven Eisert on the Speed Sense Motorsports Speed Concepts Racing Collab entry, 50.571. He's in the middle of that group right now on the black, orange, and white Tony Kart, or Xpree, I should say, with that gold and orange helmet. He's right behind the white helmet there in the 21 of Hudson Brown. His lap on lap 6, the fastest. Hayden Jones, second in line right now behind Steven Eisert in this group at a 50.59, 2 hundredths off. 2 more hundredths finds John Burke. Another hundredths to Finnegan Bailiff. 3 hundredths back to Gavin Bailiff as the brothers go into the top 5. Drew James is 6th, Adam Brickley is 7th, Hudson Brown and Austin Garrison are only a 10th and a half off. They are 8th and 9th in the group. If you add them up, that could be as much as 19th or 20th. Alex, they are running low on time to be able to get a good lap in. You saw Garrison, while we were side by side, drop all the way to the rear of this group. There goes Hayden Jones to do the same. They are low on laps to try and get a good one back together.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, laps are running out here, 40 seconds left, so maybe this and one more lap to go here for these KA seniors. The biggest shock so far to me is Austin Garrison running down in P9 here for Group B. I mean, at best, at this point, might put him 20th at the rate the Group A guys have been going. So like you said there, last time by, Garrison dropped back to the back of the pack here. He's already found himself back in 4th in line. He's on an absolute flyer here, but he's behind Steven Eisert, who's also on a stormer.
Yeah, let's see it. Up the hill, into the pit lane goes Finnegan Bailiff. Austin Garrison, is this the money lap to move him up the leaderboard? At the line as they all fan apart, it's good enough for 3rd. Austin Garrison, 50.612. He'll jump up the leaderboard, pushes John Burke down to 4th. Finnegan Bailiff has locked into 5th. In the middle of that pack, moving now. Look at that blue and yellow Alonso kart. That's Adam Brickley. He was at one point top of the boards. He is 6th right now. Everybody is searching for real estate in the final few moments of this one. They are on the final lap. Now, if you drop back at all, you'll kill the session. Tyler Wettengel there in the black suit. That's the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. He's not in at the moment inside the top 10. Tyler Wettengel is all the way down in 19th, only 4 tenths off. It is as close as you can get it. The toe is as important as it ever has been. Into the pit lane for Steven Eisert. In goes Burke. In goes a ton of them. Josh Holtz will complete the lap. He's on. Let's see. Can anything happen for the 922? Not that time. No improvements final time by. Steven Eisert in his first ever trip to Trackhouse Motorplex tops the boards in his group at a 50.571.
Yeah, super impressive there for Steven Eisert to go top of the board here for Group B. And I mean, I wonder if the lap times have started to slow down a little bit. I mean, a 50.5, you know, I would think wouldn't cut it here for KA Senior for what we expect. You know, the 50 flat, 50.1 is what we saw yesterday in practice, but we really don't know what Group A is going to have in store here. I mean, that could be enough for Steven Eisert, but I'd be surprised. You know, a few shocks, though, like you said. I mean, Hayden Jones, Austin Garrison, P2, P3, so that's pretty good for them. But, you know, for a guy who's been really quick around this racetrack in the past there, you know, Tyler Wettengel, to be only 20th in Group B, it's a shock.
Yeah, rewind the clock 1 year ago. Tyler Wettengel was one of the top 4 contenders at all events here at Trackhouse Motorplex. The U.S. Pro Kart Series stop, along with the Stars Championship Series as well. He is 20th in the group, and that is a rough place to start, not only to try and transfer into the top 10 that will automatically go to the CNC Performance Engineering KA100 shootout tonight, but beyond that, just to make the main event here on Sunday, because not all of them will transfer through after all the heats and pre-finals are done. We now go to the engines firing up here on grid for a little bit more as the second group gets set to go. And leading them out is the man who was the fastest driver in X30 Pro final practice, Paulie Massimino on the blue, white, and yellow BJR MDR LN cart. Will be the first one off the line to tow the field around, and he has gone all the way by his lonesome, exiting the pit lane. Paulie Massimino not one to give anybody a tow. He is long gone down the back straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'll be very curious to see the strategies there. You know, in Group B, we saw the biggest strategy is to get, you know, third or fourth in line in a group, because even if somebody pulls out, that still means you have somebody to draft off of. Paulie Massimino right now, he feels as though he's been quick enough all by his lonesome, and Dalton Haynes the same way. He's kind of taken off from the guy in third, Brent Cruz, who's also, you know, he's back. We saw him back in the night fight race. Last time we've seen him in a kart, you know, at this racetrack. A kid who's been here since he started go-karting, so expect Brent Cruz to be towards the front here, but Dalton Haynes as well, all on his lonesome here. Only in the first lap, and like we were saying, we don't expect, you know, purple laps to be until lap 5 or 6.
A little bit less traffic, it definitely looks like here, with more fast drivers in this one. That first full group, really, that group of 3. Brent Cruz with Weston Workman on the blue and yellow Timmy Tech Comp Kart, and Connor Ferris on the blue and black Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. That was third and fourth and fifth out of the pit lane. Look at this big train here. That's a lot of go-karts. You have Emery Lida on the CW Motorsports Tony Kart. Chase Jones going by him into the bowl on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. James Overbeck's BJR Tony Kart. His teammate Henry Wheeler behind him there on the blue and yellow LN Kart. And at the end of the line, I believe that's Aiden Levy, the privateer Kart Republic, who's going to go by Wheeler into the hairpin here this time. So that's a lot of traffic, but we saw how close the times were in Group B. We know the time to beat is a 50.57. I don't think you get that by yourself. You might get into the high 50s, but only 2 or 3 tenths off. That could put you down in the mid-20s as we see Braden Eves make a move that time on Colin Hayes' number 992 Tony Kart in the final turn.
Yeah, and already Brent Cruz to the top at a 50.3. So like you're saying, the fastest time we saw was a 50.571. Already that puts you 13th. So your fastest guy, Steven Iser, is already going to be in 13th.
Yeah, so that's bad news, and that's a little bit to be expected with the track slowing down, as mentioned, by 0.4 of a second in warm-up today from where they ended yesterday afternoon due to the heavy rain showers. Now putting down brand new MG Tire rubber in a full couple classes. It's only going to get better. You're also going to the fast group where you see a few superstars. How about Joe Turney on the Chad Duncan Racing Factory Kart Republic? He's leading a couple big names around. That's the big man himself, Danny Formal on the purple and pink RPG Cosmic, and Noah Baker on the black and yellow and red Gillard for Team GWR. What will they do on their second lap at full speed? Everybody shuffling the leaderboard. It's Braden Eves at a 50.006, now fastest in the 951.
Wow, I mean, what an absolute storm of a lap for Braden Eves to go to a 50 flat here. Braden Eves has the luxury, I believe, to be, you know, near his teammate there, Chase Jones. I think they're actually line of stern. No, they're not. So Braden Eves is pulled away from his teammate Chase Jones there. Mossman, fast Frankie Mossman there in P2, and Formal, you know, I mean, maybe he hasn't been to the single-speed kart, or at least on the national stage, in about 7 years, but it's not showing here. To go P3 is really impressive there, as we see a move to the inside there for one of the Nitro Kart drivers, I think. And Joe Turney's going to follow through, but let's see where Turney is. His first KA race, or at least national KA race, should I say. He's going to be in PA already, so, you know, his skill set from the X30 is transferring over pretty well.
So far, so good for Braden Eves in a year of double duty, as Danny Formal is going to go by James Overbeck. Noah Baker will try to follow. How about it for AJ Myers, first driver in the 49-second bracket, 49.998 for AJ Myers, 50.000 for Weston Workman, 50.001 for Braden Eves, that time by 0.003 of a second. The top 3 separated here in qualifying at the moment as they head to turns number 5 and 6. Chase Jones on your screen right now ahead of Aiden Levy. They've got clear track in front of them for a little bit till they get up to Eves, who has just caught some traffic in the form of one of the Zanella Racing Tony Karts. But let's see, this time by, can the 951 go better? Up the road from him is Weston Workman. He's in a fantastic spot behind Frankie Mossman on the racetrack. Up the hill, final turn, that's the number 55 of rookie Leo Escorpione as they cross the line. Where does the time shuffle? At the stripe, anyone better? Brandon Lemke will go better. Aiden Levy will go to the top as well. 49.90 for Levy, a 9.5 for Lemke. They push everybody back as they now lock the front row.
It does not get more exciting than this for qualifying in KA100 Senior. less than a tenth of a second separating your top 5. It was 3,000s, like you were saying. I mean, impressive stuff, though, for the guys in 3rd and 4th, right? AJ Myers doesn't really drive single speed anymore. Weston Workman, we don't really see him in a go-kart anymore. He's doing the Spec MX5 challenge this year. He does a few club races here and there, but to show up on the national scene, to put it in the top 5 in a class like this, super impressive stuff there. But to your top 2, I mean, guys that we see all over the national scene and really making, you know, huge wins. Aiden Levy, Brandon Lemke, 2 of the best in KA100 Senior. So kind of what we expect from these guys. But there's Lemke kind of on his own there. You see Eves carrying around a Scorpione, I believe, through that final corner. Let's see what Eves can do across the line. And Levy, Levy doesn't better his lap. Nobody betters their lap. Yeah.
I will say that time trailing around here as we watch Eves and a Scorpione. Granted, Eves had to get by a Scorpione that time. A Scorpione is 9th, a 10th and a half back. Dalton Haynes is 10th. Formal is 11th. But up the road from Eves, there is AJ Myers. He's going to let them go into turn number 5. You saw the Magic Kart USA leading man making some carb adjustments. They're going to hit traffic now. Connor Ferris in a terrible spot. He was trying to let some guys go. They're going to freight train him in the hairpin now. He's going to have dirty tires. But again, just a poor positioning move by Myers, as Scorpione's dad frustrated on the fence line as well, as he saw how much it hurt Leo. He'll now drop all the way to the end of the group, and they'll restack them again. So up the hill this time, 2 minutes to go. Now you got to spend a lap to clean those tires off. I will give Brandon Lemke a lot of credit, though. Talked to the Millwright Racing Tony Kart driver this morning, caught him in the hotel, and said, man, you were looking sporty in that 4th and eventual 5th final practice session for KA yesterday. You looked like you had a rocket ship. He jokingly and humbly said, well, we had new tires that time, but I feel like we're pretty good. Right now, he's really good. 2nd out of 55 plus in KA Senior with a 49.95, as he's just ahead of Chase Jones.
Oh.
But right there, commentator's curse, big mistake from Lemke as he drops a tire. And we got problems in turn number 2 and 3. That is Aiden Levy and AJ Myers. They have come together.
Wow, I mean, now we want to see there. We saw them, you know, hooked up there last lap. They were, you know, line astern there, so I'll be curious to see what happened there in turn 1 if possible. But, you know, it must be just some side-by-side contact there and spun around and won. Not a place that you want to see, so that's going to be their qualifying done. Where do they stand right now? Levy's still on pole position, holding on, and AJ Myers in P3. So, I mean, you're 2 of your top 3 contenders there, and AJ's not happy with Levy.
No, AJ Myers not happy with young Aiden Levy here, who is on his 3rd season in senior competition. AJ Myers, the veteran. Levy has come into his own over the last 2 years in 2021 and 2022, but obviously here not where he'd like to be. This right now on your screen again, folks, that's 1st and 3rd on the leaderboard. Overall, 2 top qualifiers not going to get a chance to answer. Now let's see. Fast Frankie Mossman on that black and orange Tesoro Raceworks CRG leads this pack up the hill. Weston Workman's going to bail out. He'll go to the pit lane. Anthony Rivera, who was the standout star from Pittsburgh last weekend on the Energy, trying to go better that time. Neither one will improve. 50.5s and 7s. The track dirtied up, and everybody's slowing down. Only about half the field remains on the circuit to turn laps at the moment. It looks like Workman is in, Braden Eves is in, as well as a number of further back ones like Paulie Massimino, who is down in 12th. Brent Cruz is in, he's 13, or no, Cruz on the racetrack there behind Rivera on that Ryan Perry Motorsport red and white Tony Kart, but 13th for Brent Cruz as he closes up into the hairpin. They're trying to push Frankie Mossman around to get anything better. I don't know if they'll find anything, though. Dalton Haynes might be in a good spot. Yeah, I was about to say, let's see what Dalton Haynes can put together here, because this is one of the first laps he's had all qualifying session long to not be all alone here. So he might be able to get a decent tow here. Brent Cruz pulls in and Mossman pulls in, so maybe the tow is not going to help him as much here. Maybe a little bit down his front straightaway on Anthony Rivera. Not going to be enough. Haynes, one of your fastest guys, top 2 all weekend long. He's going to be P10, so still a solid spot for him. But, you know, to answer our question of what the strategy is, I mean, I think being alone wasn't the way to go. No, it was not. It was a safe place to be. You didn't go down in 20th or worse, and this group was still fast as we see Race Liberante coming into the pit lane. He is coming off of what was not an ideal qualifying session for him. 26 for Liberante at a 50.46. Granted, that entire group passed Group B nearly. All but maybe Aiden Hatcher was slower. So 29th for the fastest in Group B as the track significantly got quicker. Aiden Levy in the 990, a 49.90 He will have to ride back on the Kart recovery vehicle, but he should be able to do it with a smile on his face after going top of the boards in qualifying on home turf here at Trackhouse Motorplex, and he'll have to sit alongside on that recovery vehicle AJ Myers, who will end up third, top of Group C, and those two will have to line up on the front row for one of their heats together. Luckily, probably for their sake, not all three.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, now we want to see for those two drivers, but, they're first and third, so still the qualifying session really that they were hoping for, but I'm sure AJ's going to let, Levy know how he feels on the ride back. Let's see if we can get a word with both of those drivers to really get a word for how that went down. But Levy, good run for him on the Car Republic. He's going to go to P1 in the KA Senior class.
Well, they're off the racetrack there at turns 1 and 2. You can see both cars lined up and ready to go back into the scale line. AJ Myers, Aiden Levy, first and third in qualifying, but with damaged go-karts at the end of the session as they both try to discuss of what was wrong and who was at fault for what happened there at the end of the session. We'll get them onto the cruiser here. We'll take another short break. When we come back, IAME Swift Cadet qualifying will commence. Onto the racetrack now is the IAME Swift qualifying session here. Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit dominated the main event here at Pittsburgh just about 5 days ago, and then quickly on the road down to Mooresville, North Carolina to Trackhouse Motorplex. They were on track yesterday for the first full day of practice, and right now as they lead the pack out of the pit lane and over to turn number 9, it is about 20 plus, all trying to keep up the pace with these two Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic drivers. They'll climb the hill, put the first lap at full speed down complete for us as they head down the front straightaway. Cameron Marsha's next in line on the Marsha Motorsports Nitro Kart in the 114. Then it's Maverick White in the number 30 Magic. But a 54-0 for the two of them initially of Pettit and Palacio. White and Marsha will go a little better. Maverick White with a really good Magic Kart, that lap time, that time by 53.762. He's fourth in that train, right behind Cameron Marsh's red, black, and chrome Marshall Motorsports Nitro Kart as the field heads through turn number 6.
Yeah, a rocket first lap there for Maverick White to go P1 and Marsha P2 there. But, like we were talking about with the TKG Car Republic drivers of Travis Pettit, Lucas Palacio, they've been arguably the two fastest guys in the Mini Swift category all year long, especially recently, right? Riding a huge momentum wave, especially coming off of Pittsburgh where they put on an absolute dominating performance. Those two guys run a different zip code than the rest of the field here. Looking to be a little bit of a closer battle for them this time by. In happy hour, it was Pettit P1, Palacio P2. This time by, Marsha back to P1. Palacio's going to be P2 and Pettit third, but here comes Cameron Marsha on the 114 there. He is leaving Maverick White and closing the gap to those top two.
Yeah, pulling away now as tires begin to come up to temperature. A long session here, 5 minutes plus 3 laps in qualifying. There's a look at a few of the other draft trains headed down to turn number 4 as Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit take the field through the infield here. You'll notice as well they're able to go wide through turn number 6. That extra bit of runoff room given to the drivers in that corner, but not given in every single one. They have it at their disposal if they need it out of turn number 8, but they normally don't go that far. In the final turn, though, it is tough to hang on to that thing, and there are barriers up against the asphalt. As around goes Tyrone Kemper Jr., the energy driver with the AKT Racing Team support, is spun around in turn 6 here on this third lap. He'll get back going, but unfortunately for Tyrone, potentially a dent go-kart in what is his final Mini Swift start. Up the hill for Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit, though, that time by 53.4 apiece, moves him second and third.
Yeah, 17 thousandths of a second separating your top three, but Cameron Marshall is the one holding on right now to pole position. Still 4 minutes to go here, and the lap times are still continuing to tumble here. The problem that Cameron Marshall has right now is he put together a 53.5 last time by, only a tenth off of what he did last on his best lap, all on his lonesome here, but he has closed the gap now. He has pulled away from Maverick White there on the Magic Kart, and he's closed the gap now to Pettit to the point where he is going to get just a bit of a mini tow here, exiting the double right-hander and rounding the final few corners here through 11 and 12 now. So expect a pretty good lap from Cameron Marshall. If not this time, the next time by. What an impressive showing for Marshall.
Yeah, this will be a burner for the 114. Check this out, folks. Cameron Marsha at the line, 53.460. That'll improve the pace and give him a little more breathing room. 25 thousandths of a second clear at the end of the session. Pettit there, 27 thousandths off of Marsha. So the top three close. Maverick White is close. Troy Ferguson about a tenth off. Now, we saw the end of KA100 Senior qualifying. Let's go down to the scale area and check in with our top qualifiers.
Thank you, Xander. Here with AJ Myers. AJ, obviously a little bit of an incident between you and Aiden Levy. Walk us through what happened there.
Honestly, I was trying to get a gap starting that lap. People really started going back and forth, and I couldn't get any laps in. He went down the inside. I didn't see him, and, he kind of speared me there. But we're all good, and amazed with the third. This isn't my strong suit, the KA, but, man, the new Magic Kart, BBS engines, man. Perfect.
Sounds good. Thank you, AJ.
Thank you.
All right, there you go from one half of the controversial end of KA100 Senior. Third place in qualifying for AJ Myers. You heard it from him. Not what he normally does for racing, but quick enough and happy with the package here at the moment as we watch him make his way to the scales and back to the pit area. Let's look at the lap time update. Maverick White there on the Magic Kart, back of the line, now is on pole. 53.409 for Maverick last time by.
Yeah, we just spoke with AJ Myers about the Magic Kart. Speaking of Magic Kart, it's Maverick White on the Magic Kart USA there in Mini Swift, putting it P1 so far with 2 minutes to go. He has put himself in a prime position here. The last car in line, it's pretty much been the common theme we've seen. The guy in third and fourth has been the one putting the lap time together when it matters most. You get the toe of the guy in front plus the guy in front of that guy, right? So you get a double toe here. It seems like the top three have pulled away a little bit from Maverick White here, but White closing the gap here. I don't think it's going to be an improvement from anybody here. Pettit a bit frustrated there with Marsha, throwing his hand in the air saying that he pushed me through the corner, and I think it's exactly what happened now. Palacio's going to pull away a little bit. So I think, again, this lap's not going to matter for anybody.
Far from what he meant to do, unfortunately, there for Cameron Marsha to Travis Pettit. He was just probably misjudged the gap. Pettit's been judging his own gap off of Palacio and towing him or pushing him along the straightaway. The rest of the field's closing up as well, though. Got to give them some credit. How about it for Troy Ferguson, Marco Romero, Jensen Michelke? Well, this group of four are the fastest. They're only on top by about a tenth of a second. You go back from them and you find a few more contenders. Here's Marco Romero leading the pack there on that blue and orange Bennett kart. Behind him, Benja Fernandez on the Alonso kart for Trinity Karting Group. And another one of the drivers lined up right in tow is the 156 of Jensen Michelke there on the Paralyn. Coming out of the corner, how about Ashton Woon, as well as the comp cart for Timmy Tech of Bowen Green. So they're also trying to close the gap. They are 9th right now with Bowen, and I believe as the update changes at the top of the board, Bowen Green, that time was a really good lap. Great time to go to Bowen on the Timmy Tech comp cart. He goes second in the 4.54 range. So there goes your top 4 on through. Now they are no longer the only drivers in the top 4. They're just the first out of the pit lane. Bowen Green and Ashton Woon to second and third here in qualifying as Palacio still toes the line.
Yeah, the pressure is back on the Trinity Karting Group Car Republic guys of Travis Pettit, Lucas Palacio. 5th and 6th, one of the first times all weekend they haven't been leading the Mini Swift category here with 3, 2, and now 1 second left in this qualifying session. This will be the last lap. Let's see what they can do to get out of that 5th and 6th position here. It looks to be a pretty decent lap they put together. So around the final corner and across the line here, they're going to get one more lap here, and it's not going to be enough. They're still going to be 5th and 6th. Like you're saying with Bowen Green and Ashton Woon, what a good time to cut to them last time by to go 2nd and 3rd. Ashton Woon, your winner in last year's event.
Yeah, Ashton Woon hasn't had that level of success here in 2023 thus far. He's been close, a top 5, top 10 kid, results-wise everywhere. Had some speed to run up front or potentially win, but it hasn't come just yet here in 2023, at least nearly as well as it probably could have, rolling off the momentum of the win last year. Checkered flag in the air. This is going to lock them up here as they slowly make their way to the pit lane. So it's Maverick White aboard the Magic Kart, his first career National Pole Award, and AJ Myers and the Andrew Bodoso Magic Kart camp, they are going to be fired up for this one. Maverick White on the pole. Bowen Green will join him on the outside of row number 1 in the Timmy Tech comp cart. Ashton Woon as well as Bowen, good final lap, will jump to 3rd, and the rest of the field will cycle on in as we get set for IAME Junior.
Yeah, what an exciting qualifying session there for the Mini Swift guys. I mean, the top 7 separated by 7/100th of a second. You couldn't put a piece of paper between those 7 guys there. And I mean, like you said, shout out to the rest of the field. I mean, it was about a 1/10.5 separating your top 15. So really, one tiny mistake could have cost you 15 spots there. But congratulations there to Maverick White on the Magic Kart USA go-kart to make it count.
Very impressive for him. The IAME Juniors are rolling on the racetrack, but before we go to them, let's go down to pit lane and hear from our top qualifier, Aiden Levy here in KA Senior. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Obviously, Aiden Levy, incident between you and AJ Myers. We heard his side of the story. Walk me through what happened.
Well, I made kind of a late pass in turn 1, but I was completely alongside him, and then he decided to do whatever he normally does and just drove it right into me, and we crashed, so that sucked.
Yeah, I mean, obviously unfortunate about the crash, but you're still on pole starting, and obviously you still have some tire left. Obviously with the crash, you saved a little bit of tire, so I mean, that's pretty good on that. In that respect, how are you feeling starting from the pole? You were telling me that you need to fix the kart a little bit.
Yeah, there's a couple things torn up on the kart, but we have really good pace, so hopefully we can just have a good heat 1 and make it into the shootout.
Sounds good. Thank you, Aiden.
Thank you.
There you go. Aiden Levy currently leads the fan vote standings right now, but he may not need to rely on the popularity contest to get into the shootout already with pole here in qualifying. IAME Junior underway, and you'll notice a few names we haven't seen in quite some time making their way onto the board. Carter McMurray in his first X30 Junior start of 2023. Talked with his dad, Jamie, just a few moments ago earlier today. Of course, son of former NASCAR Cup Series Daytona 500 champion Jamie McMurray. Jamie was saying, you know, it's a busy schedule for running 2 classes, but as the weekend goes on, it gets a little bit easier. The sessions get longer. You're not making as many adjustments as you are on practice day. If he could survive Thursday, he could probably be able to be competitive in both. And I talked with Carter as well. He said he felt pretty good after practice day. And granted, he's got a lot of laps around here as the 2 call this place home. So for double duty at your home racetrack, not as hard. You know kind of what you need to adjust and how you need to drive it going in. So he's right there, 5th in line on that blue and yellow Timmy Tech comp cart. Although a little bit of a slide coming on the front stretch to start their 2nd lap at full speed.
Yeah, I mean, for McMurray's first start here this year in the X30 Junior category, not a bad start to his qualifying session. I mean, only 2 laps down, 6 minutes plus maybe a lap or so to go. So, but to put it P2 in a competitive field like this, you have guys like Musella, Rivera, Keelan Harvick, Gunler, guys that have been doing X30 Senior, X30 Junior at least for most of the year. So impressive stuff for Carter McMurray. And like you're saying, running double duty there, it gets difficult to be at the beginning of the weekend there, but as the weekend goes on, the sessions get longer, like you said. But also you get into the flow of things, right? So things become slower, they get easier for you, and really impressive there from McMurray in both classes so far.
as they make their way up the hill. Let's get an update on lap times right now. McMurray was top. Now he's back down to second, and we're going to fall further as that lap will get burned. Stephen Miller goes by. Wesley Gunler to the top of the leaderboard at a 49.3. That'll get bested by Enzo Vidmontien. Rivera is close. It is less than a tenth for the top 5 here in qualifying, Alex.
Yeah, this has been the common trend in every single session we've seen so far. I mean, most of them have been separated by less than 100th, right? We've seen a few in KA Senior at the beginning of the qualifying session. There was a few thousands, right? So I expect more of the same here in X30 Junior, especially with the draft putting into play, people trying to still slot themselves in line. We see Rivera right now leading the group. May not be where he wants to be. He's third right now. He's only a thousandth off of second place and 500th off of first, but where I suspect Ernesto to fall back in line as the session goes on here. We see Stephen Miller and McMurray in a really good spot there in 4th and 5th. Like I was saying, I believe that is the spot where you want to be, right? Because if you're 3rd and 4th in line, even if somebody drops back, you still have somebody to draft on. Like I said, Stephen Miller and McMurray goes 1st and 2nd, so they're right now in the prime spots to be in 4th and 5th in line.
Yeah, they are in a good spot here as Vidmontien, we watch him up the hill. He's got a not bad spot to be in, but not the greatest. He's a good ways back from the next pack, but that's at least still a rabbit to chase for him, and if he gets there in a lap or two, then maybe he'll be able to get a toe off them. But Enzo Vidmontien is right now by himself, 2/10 off the pole at the moment at a 49.25 on the Motaz Sport Kart Republic. He'll enter turn number 8 here this time with about a half-second gap back to Jackson Wolney's Rollins Performance Group Cosmic and Davin Roberts on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. Wolney right now is 6th, Roberts 9th. 3.5 tenths for your top 10. Stephen Miller is still your fastest, though, in the middle of that leading group, headed down to turn number 1. Here's a look at Teddy Musella and company right at the end of that lead pack.
Yeah, I was going to say there, Musella and Wolney working really, really well together. Last time by, they put it 2nd and 3rd there on the RPG Cosmics. What a flyer there from Musella and Wolney, and they are catching this group right now as this group begins to race a little bit. Stephen Miller got around Gunler, so now Miller put himself in 3rd position. McMurray trying to get around Gunler as well because he is losing his drafting partner there, and Miller, they've been working together all qualifying session long. Miller now to P2 of the group. And again, Ernesto Rivera, I'm surprised that he hasn't looked back and dropped behind. I mean, the pace has been there, right? To put it P6, only a 10th off by himself, it's been impressive, but you want to go on pole. So I'm sure Ernesto's going to start to drop back here soon.
Up the hill here to the final turn as they shuffle around. Gunler now 3rd in line. McMurray 4th in line. Keelan Harvick in his IAME Junior American debut on the Rollison Performance Group. Hunt Brothers Pizza Racing Cosmic is currently down in the 7th spot. 10th and a half to find. It's Miller by 15 thousandths to Jackson Wolney, and then half a tenth to Musella as, oh no, problems for Musella. That bumper got hooked behind the left front tire, and Teddy Musella noses the wall, just kisses the outside barriers in turn 4. That'll basically end the qualifying session. No point, I believe, to continue laps if you're Teddy, and it's unfortunate because he just did his best lap the lap before, was probably feeling like he was right in the sweet spot for tire pressure and tire temperatures.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Teddy Musella there, so that's drama now for RPG in 2 different classes, Wolney and KA Junior, Musella and IAME Junior, but, still to put it P3, Wolney, a good bounce back for him so far. Like we were saying in the KA Junior class, didn't even put a lap together, so rolling off 40th in KA Junior, so far P2 there in IAME Junior. You see him make a move on Wesley Gunler now. He's going to try to get to the bumper of his teammate there and see what they can do, but Wolney, a good comeback here in the other class he's running in IAME Junior, so to put it P2, impressive there for the RPG driver.
Very impressive stuff here for them. And RPG as a whole, Jackson Wolney is 2nd, Musella is 3rd, Rivera is 6th, Harvick is 7th. A number of their contenders inside the top 10 as we watch here coming up the hill towards turn number 9. Stephen Miller still trailing from Ernesto, I believe, up the hill. So here we go, final turn, this time by a minute and a half to go. McMurray towards the back of that train is setting up for potentially a good spot as we see a pass made. That's going to be Harvick getting passed by the 796 of Jackson Wolney. No changes though. Everybody in the top 10 stabilizing. The only quick time was Lucas Brucati down in 15th. So as this session comes to a close, let's go down to pit lane for the headline division X30 Pro. They've got $10,000 that one driver could walk away with between tomorrow night's shootout in the main event. And, well, the man who's won it last year, Ryan Norberg, is standing by. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Ryan, obviously, we were talking a little bit before about the tires coming into this race. Obviously, that's for the shootout, but how are you feeling coming into this qualifying, coming into the weekend? Confident?
Yeah, I mean, we've won it the past 2 years So we've just got to try and keep our heads up and look forward. I mean, it's a long week. That's what this whole thing's about. Is it's not just 2 separate days. It's a long weekend. So you really just got to kind of take it one step at a time. Even in qualifying, it's still a practice. You're still working on the kart and working and trying to find different ways to get faster. So, not too much stress right now. You just want to be towards the front.
Sounds good. You're still looking for your first national victory this year. How special would it be to get it here?
It'd be nice just to get it. It doesn't matter where it is. If I can get it, I can get it. That'd be nice. So, yeah, but let's just keep working on the kart and keep making things better, and let's go from there.
Sounds good. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks.
Ryan Norberg, again, was one of the quicker drivers, but there are a lot with him here in X30 Pro. Ben Cooper as well, we expect to be a contender. His return to the seat from this race 1 year ago. He was an X30 Master competition and a podium finisher at the Super Nationals in Las Vegas, and one of Canada's best drivers they've produced in the last 30-odd years. Ben Cooper's behind the wheel, and heard him yesterday a little bit saying that, well, it's at least been a few more races and a few more times that he's been able to drive here this year compared to last year when he ran IAME Masters and was the Masters entry into the X30 Pro shootout. Checkered flag in the air, though. One change in the top 10 is all that's happened so far. Vid Montien went to 5th there, Alex. Everyone else pretty much slowing down by laps 6 and 7 on.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, when we followed Vid Montien half through the session, he was all on his lonesome there, but he caught a bit of a draft on that final lap, was able to put it P5, only a 10th off of pole position there. But Stephen Miller, impressive stuff, to make his best lap on lap 4. I mean, in hindsight, he probably wishes he would have pit, 6 laps ago, right? But to make his best lap on lap 4 and make it count, good stuff for the DAP kart driver, Stephen Miller there on the Chad Jochen Racing. So Miller P1, only a good bounce back from his poor qualifying, not to his fault, obviously, in KA Junior, but to put it P2 in IAME Junior, impressive stuff. And then Teddy Musella, even though his qualifying session ended pretty early on, to make it P3, impressive. And then Carter McMurray on his first weekend on the IAME Junior, P4. And Vid Montien, like we were saying, the only guy to improve on the final lap to round out your top 5 in IAME Junior.
So they'll pull on into the pit lane here, and Stephen Miller will get to lead the field to green in all 3 heat races. We go from IAME Junior to the IAME X30 Pros. When we come back for more, it's the final classic qualifying before the dinner break. You're watching the IAME USA Grand National Championship at Trackhouse Motorplex live on Kart Chaser. Well, it is time to line the grid for X30 Pro Senior here at the 2023 IAME Grand National Championship. Paulie Massimino, fastest driver in final practice here earlier this afternoon, leads the field out. And already, Alex, the gamesmanship we have talked about, we were waiting to see. We didn't see it much in KA or the junior classes. We're seeing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, one of the first times that we've seen absolute chaos unfold in the first few laps there. 3 wide on the back straightaway, people trying to slot in line. A few drivers said, I'm done with this. I'm just going to go out and do what I can do. So we see on our screen right now Dalton Haynes and fast Frankie Maltzman. They have pulled away from the rest of the pack. Let's see if these two are planning on working together here in the X30 senior class. But, Dalton Haynes, super impressive all weekend long. Like he said in the interview earlier today, his first time in a national X30 race since here last year, right? To be top 2 in happy hour, super impressive on the Car Republic there for Dalton Haynes.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from Dalton to go as quick as he did. As he mentioned here, not too much experience in X30 Pro. One driver who has gotten himself quite a lot of experience is the one on screen there, in Austin Garrison. Austin Garrison this year has gotten more racing I think he's had in about 2 years combined. And even then, in his part-time schedule in 2022, he was one of the best. Now he has already 2 Pro National wins on the season. He is looking for win number 3 in the main event here this weekend, and potentially a big payday Saturday night in the X30 Pro Shootout. It would be his first time competing in it if he is able to make it in. As he rounds out of turn number 11, he'll take them down the front straightaway. First driver in his pack. First laps for everyone. Garrison to the top. Jacob Kolar, the kid from the Key West, will go a little better on the opening circuit. But we've seen many drivers go a little bit slower on their second lap still and wait to get going towards lap 3 or 4. Joe Turney is one of those, as he watch him in that white and orange Kart Republic behind last year's heartthrob Justin Ataconis. Here's Braden Eves as well, a driver who went out very late. In fact, he almost hit himself at the back of the grid where nobody could see him, Alex, and then snuck out when most of the field was already 3/4 of a lap through their outlap.
Yeah, I mean, super sneaky there from Braden Eves, who's been one of the quickest drivers all weekend long. And like you're saying there, Justin Ataconis almost able to get the win last year. You know, battled out with Ryan Norberg, one of the best races we saw all year long. So let's see what Ataconis can do here in qualifying. Right now, really impressive stuff from the Kart Republic drivers of Joe Turney and Jacob Kolar. 1-2 so far for them. Only 3 laps in, though. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Turney that time, that was a heater right behind Braden Eves. He's going to catch the MPG Motorsports fellow Kart Republic here this lap. But a 47.646 for Joe Turney, and the rookie there right behind him, Jacob Kolar. What an impressive performance on the Chad Duncan Racing Kart Republic to go second. He'll follow Turney as they go for a double pass on the Ataconis and Eves in turn 8. Ataconis really got caught off guard. He drops in line behind Cade Downs, I believe. If not one of the other Kart, no, that's Alessandro Tullio, sorry, on the black suit in the pink and chrome International Motorsport Kart Republic. ADT currently leads the fan vote standings right now for tomorrow night's X30 Pro Shootout. That's right, folks, if you want to make sure your favorite driver can get into the shootout races Friday night and Saturday night, you can go to Kart Chaser official's Instagram, Facebook page, YouTube page, and find the links to vote your favorite star into the shootout races. For now, though, Turney's time at a 47.64 sits atop the leaderboard alone and unchallenged. Nobody better on lap 4. Austin Garrison is 3rd. ADT 4th. Paulie Massimino 5th. Brent Cruz 6th. Brandon Carr is 7th. It's 1/10 for the top 7 right now.
Yeah, I mean, super tightly knit group here in the IAME Senior class. It's what you expect, though, from some of the best drivers in the country there. And there goes Dalton Haynes across the line in front of me here. That's his best lap of the session, still 3/10 off in 13th. So the guy that we were talking about who's been top 2 all weekend long, as we have a yellow flag. Let's see if we can see what that is for. That is Alessandro Tullio on your front straightaway, slamming his steering wheel. The Kart Republic driver underneath the International Motorsports tent is out of qualifying.
It looks like he must have pounded the barrier coming out of the front stretch. You can see that left rear bumper is cockeyed up about 30 degrees in the air, and I think ADT might have pushed the limit a little bit too far. You can see the barrier getting readjusted out of turn number 11. That means this lap, these guys are going to have extra runoff space. If they're able to use it, we might see a new driver to the top of the leaderboard. Here comes the pack up the hill. Garrison is in. He's going to bail. Paulie Massimino will go for another. He'll use the extra runoff. So will Dalton Haynes. Joe Turney across the line. Nobody will go better that time, but now additional runoff thanks to the crash of Alessandro Tullio. Massimino that time took a look back over his shoulder. He's going to go to the tail of the line. Turney will do the same. Dalton Haynes just did it a lap before. It is leapfrog here in qualifying.
Yeah, right now I think that is Terlecki and Eves right now look to be in a pretty good spot. They're working together pretty well. Haynes thought he was in a good spot. He dropped behind Turney, who didn't really let him go, so Haynes fell back behind Turney once again. Dalton looking at his, one of his mechanics there, trying to see which spot he should be in, because right now Dalton was all alone for the first half of this session, and he's outside of the top 10 right now. But like you're saying with Tullio, he must have tagged the wall. I mean, for sure he did. I was going to mention earlier in the session, we saw a few drivers tag it just a little bit, but Tullio pushed the boundaries a little bit too far as we Turney and Haynes pulling the pits.
Yeah, in go the 2 Kart Republics. Here comes Braden Eves. He is right now way down the order, along with Nick Terlecki. Eves at the moment is 24th. That was a 48.22, half a second off. Back there as well, Ben Cooper, 25th right now on the RPG Cosmic. Frankie Mossman is 20th. Hayden Jones, 16th. Max Taylor, 15th. Dalton Haynes, 14th. A lot of big names way back with work to do in qualifying. But Joe Turney
in the typical fashion we're used to seeing him, has himself on top in a safe spot as he's pulled in early. About half the field remains there. You can see Terlecki and Eves are still going. Jacob Kolar, who is second, the sophomore senior driver, will come into the pit lane this time. Eves going to go for one more. We saw him kind of wait, maybe a little low on air pressure. What can he do this time by for the number 941? Or 341, a little better. He's inching his way up the leaderboard, but low on time. He's going to get one more lap, maybe two. 48.13. He finds another 10th. He could pick up another 5 spots, at least get into the top 20. But for a driver that has transferred and podiumed in nearly every session he's run at this event over the last 2 years, podiumed in the inaugural main event, podiumed as well in the X30 shootout, nearly won the X30 shootout and was driving away with 3 laps to go in 2021. Last year, less so, much less to be found in the main event, was in the shootout and in the front in that one under the lights Saturday night. But after what was what looked to be a pretty good run through Thursday practice, Braden Eves right now, hot off of his best weekend in about 2 years at the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Newcastle, is still down the leaderboard, and he slowed down that time to 22nd, and that'll conclude really the storylines in this session. There is just about nobody left on the racetrack. Brian Boley is in, so did Jacob Kolar. We saw that time by. Eves will slow, and Joe Turney is going to have himself another pole position here in qualifying.
Yeah, Joe Turney, first time at the racetrack, first pole position at this racetrack here, so pretty much what you expect in typical Joe Turney fashion. Finds himself on pole position for on the KR go-kart there. Jacob Kolar, though, like you said, the rookie, to put himself in P2 and IAME Senior, super impressive stuff under the Chad Docking Racing tent. Austin Garrison on the Speed Concept Racing OTK in P3. DeTulio holds on to P4. Granted, even with a tag in the wall there and, maybe extending the track limits just a little bit for everybody else later in the session, DeTulio to hold on to a P4, I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with that, even though he'll be frustrated with the damage on his go-kart there. Massimino rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, so Paulie Massimino, then to Brent Cruz. It's 94 thousandths, only 900ths, less than a full tenth of a second from first back to sixth, and a very tight end of the qualifying session here. Brandon Carr, Nick Terlecki again cracked the top 10. Ryan Norberg is 9th. Justin Adekon is the 2 drivers that went first and second in the 2022 main event, 9th and 10th, 3 thousandths apart. They find themselves around each other again. They'll line up on row 5 for all 3 heat races. We now have a short break in the action here before we come back with the opening round of heats, I believe. It is the afternoon lunch break, which puts us back green at 3:38 p.m. Eastern with the Micro Swift qualifying session. That's in roughly 30 minutes. So let's see if we can get a word in with Joe Turney before we go to break. For the moment, we'll take a quick commercial and come back with some post-race interviews from X30 Pro qualifying.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, IAME, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the mid and coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Drive Your Line is set to finish this year strong.
Just missed Joe Turney making his way out of the pit lane. So we'll chat with him later today. In the meantime, the lunch break's underway. We'll be back in 30 minutes here. Keep the stream on, grab yourself a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with heat racing before we go under the lights with the CNC Performance Engineering KA shootout and a number of Fast 5 shootouts for the support classes.
All right, welcome back here live from Trackhouse Motorplex. The IAME Grand Nationals first heats are getting ready to be set to go underway here, starting out with the IAME Micro Swift class. My name is Alexander Searle, alongside me Caleb Viesca here. You know, we should have some good, exciting heat races coming up, Caleb.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen it here in qualifying. Qualifying is pretty long for these guys. And we see a lot of big names here in the top three already. We see Cade Wolf, Parker Ives, and Colton Schniegenberg, and in the fourth spot, Maxwell Macha. Some of these guys have been in these national races that we go to all year long. These are names that we see pretty frequently, and these guys have shown their class today. Obviously in the top three at the moment. We're going to get ready to go here in a little bit in micro.
Yeah, it should be a good one here. We saw Cade Wolf, Ives, and Schniegenberg, splitting hairs in that qualifying session within half a tenth for the three of them, and Macha as well in the mix. Zane Burgess didn't have the qualifying finish he would have wanted there, ended up in the wall, but still finished in the fifth spot in qualifying. So I expect a little bit more out of the Sody Kart driver here in this first heat race. But like you said, Caleb, these top four really have been the class of the field for most of the year, right? Parker Ives was able to get his first national win earlier this year. Let's see if he can make it happen again coming this weekend in the Sunday for the main events. But Cade Wolf on the comp cart's been really strong as well. Schniegenberg coming off a win in Pittsburgh last week. So, again, these are some of the best micro Swift drivers you can find in the country.
Yeah, of course, these guys have really shown their class all year round. So it's going to be interesting to see these guys really go at it here as we are going to get ready to take the green. Lining up in number one, we have Cade Wolf and Parker Ives alongside each other. It's going to be, these guys are really going to go at it from the start. We were talking a little bit before the race. These guys are gonna draft a lot as we are getting ready to go green here.
Yeah, in the tram lines here, getting ready to get the green flag. As they're getting ready, they're going to see the flag man, and we are green here, heading down towards turn one. Good start here for Cade Wolf on the comp car. He's going to get pushed wide, though. I believe that is Schniegenberg, who's going to sneak his way into the first position there, and Macha up into P2. So what a start from the second row. Colton Schniegenberg on the energy card, I believe. He's going to go to P1, Maxwell Macha P2, and your front two rows are going to swap positions there, and Ives third, Cade Wolf in fourth.
Yeah, what a move by Colton Schniegenberg down the inside on Cade Wolf, and Parker Ives he really got it done there at the beginning of this race, and now we're going to see these guys start to line up early on. So it's going to be definitely something to see as we see a move maybe from Parker Ives. Can he get it done down the inside? Sticks a nose in there, but cannot get it done on Parker Ives.
Yeah, solid start here for the top five. It's the same starting five that we saw at the start of the race, but the order has flipped. Like I said, row two is now row one, row two, and Zane Burgess on the Sody kart is holding on to P5. So, like I was saying with Zane Burgess, not maybe the qualifying you would have wanted, but the pace seems to be there so far. And I believe that is a 75 of Gavin Decay. He's had some strong showings this year. There goes Parker Ives to the inside of Maxwell Macha. So Parker Ives now to P2.
Yeah. What a move by Parker Ives there down the inside on turn number one on Maxwell Macha. And we see Colton Schniegenberg pulling away a little bit here early on. These guys behind Maxwell Macha, Parker Ives, they really have to start working together. Cade Wolf in there as well. And these guys have to start working together to try to close down that gap to Colton Schniegenberg. Looks like they're getting it done here now.
Yeah, Schniegenberg has been one of the quickest we've seen all weekend long. Really, nothing can split these top four guys. Ives right now feels as though he has the fastest car on track to the inside of turn 8. There, he's through. Parker Ives to the lead here. But anytime you make a pass, especially in a class like Micro Swift, really low horsepower, it brings the field back together. Like we saw with Ives, made a move on Schniegenberg. It brought Maxwell Macha right back into play here. No matter how quick you are, it's going to be impossible to pull away here. Like I said, low horsepower class. The draft is ever so prominent in this class, as it is in any class, really. But like we see in the top four here, nothing separating them as Parker Ives, your new leader.
Yeah, but what a move by Parker Ives there on Colton Schniegenberg to take the lead of this race. Colton Schniegenberg really working together now with Maxwell Macha and Cade Wolf to try to get back up to the front. Parker Ives still leads this race at the moment. And I think, yeah, Parker Ives and Colton Schniegenberg still right there, pretty much head of bumper all the way through into from 104 as we see Cade Wolf get a little bit loose there out of that turn, and Parker Ives and Colton Schniegenberg are pulling away a little bit from Maxwell Macha at the moment.
Yeah, like you said, Parker Ives and Schniegenberg pulling away as we have an issue for Maxwell Macha. He's going to be out of this first heat race here. Oh, drama for the Sody Kart USA driver exiting the hairpin. I don't know what happened, where he lost a chain or something, but the Sody Kart driver of Maxwell Macha is out of this first heat.
definitely not good for Maxwell Macha, and that's going to leave Cade Wolf all by himself in that third spot. Cade Wolf has a lot of work to be done now at the moment, as he has behind him Gavin Decay and Lawrence Perriman, who are going to want to close down that gap to Cade Wolf. These guys really have to start working together, and I think Colton Schniegenberg can now look over his shoulder a little bit as we see a move here down, but I believe that was Lauren Perriman on Gavin Decay, and Lauren Perriman believes he has the faster, he believes he has the faster Kart, and he's going to go ahead of him.
Oh, sorry, that is Gavin Decay. Gavin Decay with a move on Zane Burgess here, but Cade Wolf lost his drafting partner there of Maxwell Macho, so now Cade Wolf is losing ground to the top two and falling to the clutches now of Gavin Decay, who feels as though he's one of the fastest karts on the racetrack, and he was last time by, third fastest kart on track as we stand. But Parker Ives and Schniegenberg are pulling away from third, fourth, and fifth and working together very well.
Yeah, very, very good work from those two, as we see one of the guys further back hit that bumper, as we saw with Alessandro Tullio. That bump, that barrier has really had a lot to do here when it comes to damaging these karts. We see some of the guys push the limit a little bit too far and damaging their karts, but these guys seem like they have it together at the moment.
Yeah, that final corner there is a deceivingly quick corner. You know, it's a really light break, especially in these Micro Swift go-karts here. They're pushing the limits pretty hard there, and you saw Decay just clip his rear left there on the bumper. Luckily to get away with it, unlike we saw, like you said, with the Tullio there, who clipped it a little bit too hard. But we've seen it a few times today so far, drivers clipping that barrier and just losing ground and, you know, damaging the go-karts here. So there's a fine line between pushing too hard and, you know, being smart about it, right? This is only the first of 3 heats here. You don't want to mess up your starting position for the final coming up on Sunday with the point system that we have going on for the heats.
Yeah, of course, and Colton Schniegenberg was the fastest man last time by, as he is now closing that gap to Parker Ives. Can these guys improve this lap? And I believe they could not, but Colton Schniegenberg is closing down that gap to Parker Ives at the moment.
Also the driver that is quick right now, Cade Wolf, the fastest driver so far out of the top 3. He is pulling away from Gavin Decay and Parker Stewart and closing the gap on Colton Schniegenberg and Parker Ives. So Cade Wolf on board that comp car, like you see on your screen. He's closing the gap. He's a second back from your leader, 8/10 back from Schniegenberg last time by, but all on his lonesome here. He's closing that gap. The pace seems to be there now. Tires are coming in. We're about 5 laps into this heat race here. So still, 8 laps to go here for Microswift. It's a long race. These heat races are longer than what these drivers are usually used to in heat races throughout the year so far on the national scene. So a long race, and we'll see what can happen here. The top 3 now on the same frame here. So Ives, Schniegenberg, and here comes Cade Wolf. He is within draft range now. I suspect the purple lap from Cade Wolf as they cross the line here. There goes Ives, Schniegenberg. Cade Wolf crossed the line to do a 55.7, 5/10 quicker than Parker Ives last time by.
Yeah, of course. Seems like Parker Ives and Colton Schniegenberg are falling off a little bit here, as Parker Ives and Colton Schniegenberg already in the 55-second marks, and Cade Wolf is still in the 54-second marks. So Cade Wolf is doing a really good job to close down that gap to Colton Schniegenberg and Parker Ives, and it seems like he's not going to need these two guys to battle a little bit too much, so he can really close down the gap to them.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive stuff we're seeing from the comp car driver. A little bit of a mistake there out of turn 5 for Colton Schniegenberg. Can we see a move from Cade Wolf into the hairpin? No, we're not. Smart driving for the comp car driver. He knows that 2 is faster than 1. He wants to push Schniegenberg back to the lead, and that leader is Parker Ives, who's done a great job so far. He didn't have the start he would have wanted, fell back to 3rd, found himself back into the lead. We know we lost Maxwell Macha a few laps ago here, but here comes Cade Wolf pushing Colton Schniegenberg back to the front here, around the final corner. Nobody clipping the barrier this time around, crossing the line. Everyone in the 55s, except for Cade Wolf, of course, still in the 54.9 range.
Yeah, Cade Wolf is the fastest man on track at the moment. He is in the 54.975, like you were saying, Alex. And now are we going to see a move here from Cade Wolf? He decides differently, and these guys are starting to close down the gap to Parker Ives, as he was pulling away early in this race. But now these guys are catching back up to Parker Ives.
Yeah, like I mentioned, with the lower horsepower classes, it is almost impossible to pull away. If Ives was able to get about a second or so lead, maybe it is doable. But with the draft and with, the long straightaways we have around Trackhouse Motorplex, 2 karts are going to be faster than 1 with the long straightaways around turn 1, and then you're flat out exiting 1 all the way down to turn 4, right? So especially with the low horsepower karts, it's all about carrying the speed here, and you're seeing with Cade Wolf and Schniegenberg working well together. They're not going to let Parker Ives get away here, and Ives seems to be quicker in the slower stuff, right? So exiting, the hairpins and the double rights, he pulls away enough to where as you see him move, I'm looking in front of me here. There goes Cade Wolf to P2. So Cade Wolf on board the comp cart has gotten around Colton Schniegenberg, and he's given him the signal saying, push me. We need to get to the leader here, as Parker Ives has extended his advantage just a little bit exiting turn 3 here, but that won't stay the same.
Yeah, of course, and Cade Wolf was 0.2 faster than Parker Ives last time by. Cade Wolf is really starting to make up ground to Parker Ives, and now Colton Schniegenberg has to work together here with Cade Wolf to really make up the gap to Parker Ives. As you were saying before, Alex, the draft is super important here. Parker Ives isn't going to be able to pull away as much as we think. And, I mean, these guys race at the national level week in, week out. Every weekend we see these three guys up at the front, so these guys know how to race here.
Yeah, Cade Wolf, a really solid double right there. Exiting turn 10 and through 11 into the final corner now. Cade Wolf all over the bumper of Parker Ives. They've actually pulled away a little bit from Colton Schniegenberg, but Schniegenberg with a good final corner keeps himself in the draft there. Gavin DeKay getting ever so close to that barrier. You know, people got to be careful with that. There's a fine line between clipping it and then maybe ruining your race there. But back up front, up the hill through turn 3, and now going back down the hill through the bowl corner in turn 4. Does Cade Wolf have anything for Ives? No, he doesn't. I thought he was going to maybe sneak a nose in there, but couldn't make it stick. Parker Ives holds on for another corner here. Cade Wolf all over the bumper.
Yeah, Cade Wolf all over the bumper of Parker Ives here at the moment. And then we may see a move here by Cade Wolf coming into his next turn up. But it seems like Cade Wolf is just a little bit too far, but the draft, what a difference the draft is making here on these lower speed classes. We've seen it in KA100, and we're seeing it here in Micro Swift.
Yeah, I spoke with a few drivers, asked them, you know, what sort of difference you could expect to the draft and not the draft. And it's about 3 to 4 tenths, which, I mean, over the course of a race, it puts you out of contention for the win, right? 3 to 4 tenths is, you know, a lifetime in racing, right? So, again, like we're seeing here, with 2 karts versus 1, right? Schniegenberg losing track. Oh, Gavin DeKay has been toying with that barrier every single lap. He's got to be careful with that. But back up front, though, your leader is pulling away just a little bit from Colt Schniegenberg here. He's lost touch with the draft just a little bit, but with 3 to go here. Last time by, Cade Wolf went purple at a 54.5. They're back in the 54.5 and 6 range. So the tires have come into play now. They're at their peak level of grip. Exiting 4 through 5 and 6 now. Does Cade Wolf have anything for Parker Ives with about 3 laps to go here? Exiting turn 6. Schniegenberg still within the clutches of those top 2, so anything can happen here. Down towards turn 8. No move here for Cade Wolf on board the comp cart.
Yeah, and Cade Wolf seems like he went a little bit low on tire pressure because he is coming alive here at the end of this race with 3 laps to go. Cade Wolf is all over the rear bumper of Parker Ives, and Cade Wolf is gonna look for a move maybe with 2 laps to go. These guys know how to race. These guys have seen the older guys really start making the moves with 2 laps to go, and he can't lose too much time because Colton Schniegenberg is still right behind them. Oh, and we see again Gavin DeKay super close to that to the barrier there, and we get the 2 to go as Parker Ives and Cade Wolf are going at it here with 2 to go.
Yeah, 2 laps to go here, climbing the hill and then heading down the hill towards turn 4 now. Does Cade Wolf make a move? No, he doesn't. He's going to be patient behind Parker Ives. This is only the first of 3 heats we're going to see this weekend. No need to make any desperation moves, but it looks to me right now and throughout the entire race, like we've been mentioning, Cade Wolf has been the fastest guy on the racetrack. I'd be shocked to see him not make a move coming to the white flag here, but Colton Schniegenberg has put together a good couple of corners here to put himself back in the mix with 1.5 laps to go. Exiting turn 8, Schniegenberg is now, you know, within striking distance of maybe a P2 or a win here. Parker Ives, though, has put on such a dominating first heat here, but he goes wide. Does Cade Wolf go for the move here? They're side by side towards the final corner. Cade Wolf backs out of it, and Parker Ives holds the outside. That's going to give Schniegenberg a shot here at the white flag.
Yeah, we get the white flag as we see Cade Wolf fall off a little bit behind Parker Ives, but Colton Schniegenberg is there to really push that rear bumper of Cade Wolf to try to get him right back up the rear bumper of Parker Ives. You see Cade Wolf kind of did the half move on the inside of Parker Ives for the final corner, couldn't get it done, and Colton Schniegenberg pokes his nose out a little bit, maybe trying to get a move done on Cade Wolf, but these guys are going to go at it here with the last lap.
Yeah, Cade Wolf didn't really get the run out of turn 2 and 3 that he would have wanted to be able to make a move on Parker Ives on the 4, but he's back in the bumper now, exiting 6 and through 7. Does Cade Wolf have anything for him? I don't think so. Ives looks over his shoulder, doesn't have to defend here through the hairpin. So let's see the exit that Parker Ives gets. It's been good all race long, and it's good again. Parker Ives through 9 and the double rights here. Let's see, does Cade Wolf have anything here? Parker Ives went wide last lap, doesn't go wide this time. Parker Ives, I think he's going to be able to hold on for the heat win in Micro Swift through the final corner. No desperation move from Cade Wolf. He's going to be smart about it. All pushing him through the final corner, but it's Parker Ives taking the first heat win of the weekend. What a run for Parker there, putting his best lap on the final lap at a 54.6. So really, really solid stuff from Parker Ives. Cade Wolf on board the comp cart to finish P2. Colton Schniegenberg, a solid run to finish P3 there. Oh, there's contact between 2 drivers there. I can't see who that is. I think that was Lawrence Perriman and then one of the Burrell drivers. So that's going to be not the final couple corners they would have wanted here. Drag racing to the line. It's going to be Lawrence Perriman, I believe, just beating Tanner Barsh to the line. Or Liam Sutton, sorry, Tanner Barsh, sorry. So Lawrence Perriman and Tanner Barsh getting together.
Yeah, but what a drive by Parker Ives. He really held it together. He saw Cade Wolf was all up his rear bumper, but Parker Ives held it through to the end and got the win here in Micro Swift.
Yeah, like you said, good run for Parker Ives. Just a dominating performance really throughout these heat races. Cade Wolf and Schneegenberg rounding out your top 3. Gavin DeKay, he was toying with that barrier all race long, didn't really clip it, so good stuff for Gavin DeKay to finish 4th. And then Parker Stewart rounding out your top 5. When we come back, we're going to have KA100 Master getting ready to go for their first heat race. Don't go anywhere.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, IAME, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the mid and coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
Welcome back here live from the IAME Grand Nationals at Trackhouse Motorplex. As you see on your screen, entering the track right now for their first heat race of the day, and the only one of the day, should I say, for these guys is IAME Heavy. We're going to have Billy Workman Jr. taking them to the green. Martin Stone, P2, and Dusty Davis, one of the quickest guys, if not the quickest driver on the grid here for IAME Heavy all weekend long, going to roll off P3. You know, in qualifying, he was the only one, you know, by himself not getting the draft, and putting consistent 51-2, 51-1s all race, all qualifying session long. So I expect to see some more of the same here for the RPM driver. And it's like, speaking of RPM, it's an RPM 2-3, so strong showing for the Ryan Perry Motorsports drivers. Ryan Kasner rolling off P4, so solid showing for the Maranello driver there. John Bonanno on board the Kart is going to round off your top 5. Tim Meyer, Paul Montopoli, and Byron Daly rounding out your top 8. And then Keith Bishop is going to round out your field for IAME Heavy.
Yeah, of course, and we saw Dusty Davis was super quick in qualifying, as we were saying, Alex. When it came to qualifying, Dusty Davis was all on his own, putting in laps, and he was super consistent with his lap time. So we were thinking that Dusty Davis, and we are still thinking that Dusty Davis still has the best race kart at the moment. As we saw Billy Workman, obviously, and Martin Stone as well. These two guys were super quick. As we see the RPM teammates up there as well.
Yeah, it should be a pretty good race here. Those top 3 in qualifying separated by less than a tenth of a second. Kasner was a little bit further back at about 2 to 3 tenths in qualifying. But I expect a really, really close race here with Workman leading them to the green. And then the 2 RPM teammates, second and third. Well, I expect them to most likely work together. I'm sure they've talked about it, right? I mean, Martin Stone has been really quick. Dusty Davis been the quickest guy all weekend long. And with the experience those drivers have, I mean, I'm sure I expect to see some you know, working together going on. They know how important the draft is around this racetrack. And the IAME Heavy guys, you know, just like any KA class, right, the low horsepower classes, the draft is super important.
Yeah, of course, the draft is a big factor when it comes here. As Billy Workman and Martin Stone get in the tram lines, getting set to take the green here in IAME Heavy. The green flag is out. Let's go racing in IAME Heavy, as I believe that is Martin Stone to the lead of this race, and Dusty Davis followed him through. And not a good start by Billy Workman. I believe he fell off a little bit as well. I think he's down to 4th, and that Comcart driver makes his way up.
Yeah, that's still Workman in first there, but what happened there was Martin Stone got to the gas a little bit too soon, had to kind of brake before he got a jump start penalty, so I had to slow down there. The RPM driver, Martin Stone, not the start he would have wanted, from 2nd down to 4th, and John Bonanno has found himself into the 3rd position. Workman Jr. already defending in a turn 8 from Dusty Davis.
Yeah, we already see Billy Workman defending there from Dusty Davis. He knows Dusty Davis is quick, and I'm thinking that if Dusty Davis gets away from these guys, he may pull away, as we saw him working on his own in qualifying. As we see maybe Dusty Davis trying to make a move here to the final turn, cannot get it done. As we see these guys pushing the limits here, close to that barrier. As we see Dusty Davis all over the rear bumper of Billy Workman early on in this race.
Yeah, Workman Jr. having to hold on from Dusty Davis right now. Let's see through turn 3 and down the hill towards turn 4 here. There he goes. Dusty Davis to the point now. Move the RPM driver to P1. John Bonanno still holding on to P3 there, and actually they seem to be quicker than your top 2 at this point in time. Martin Stone pushing the Comcart driver up into P3.
Yeah, Martin Stone, I think, up to P3 as we see a move here maybe from Martin Stone on John Bonanno. Cannot get it done here at the moment as John Bonanno holds on to that 3rd spot, and Dusty Davis still on the rear bumper of Billy Workman here at the moment.
Yeah, still good showing here from Billy Workman here. Up on the wheel now. He's not gonna want to let Dusty Davis get away, because like you were saying, he's been the quickest guy all weekend long. You know, in happy hour he put 5/10 on the field, right? So that's why it was a bit of a shock in qualifying when he wasn't P1. So we'll see what he can do here now in clean air. Dusty Davis still towing Billy Workman around the racetrack here. So Workman been pretty good so far behind him, only a lap and a half behind him there. Here comes Martin Stone to P3. John Bonanno's going to pinch him down. Wow, that was close up between the Comcart and the RPM driver. John Bonanno holding on to P3. And here comes Ryan Kasner now in the mix. It is a 3-cart battle for P3.
Yeah, 3-cart battle there for P3, and these guys really have to start thinking about working together, as the draft has been a big factor here. And the more they fight, the more they're going to lose time. This is obviously, as we see a move here further on back for that 5th position, I think that's Ryan Kasner on Martin Stone at the moment. A little bit of switchback there. Ooh, hops the curve there a little bit, and Martin Stone keeps that 4th spot.
Yeah, that was almost a textbook crossover there from Ryan Kasner, but Martin Stone put him on the curb there, and now he's falling back to the clutches of Tim Meyer and Paul Montopoli. So Ryan Kasner now went from fighting for 4th to trying to battle for 5th, and there he goes. Tim Meyer has gotten around Ryan Kasner now, so Ryan Kasner down to P6. Back up front, though, here's your leader. Dusty Davis went purple last time by, the only driver in the 51s so far this race. Billy Workman, though, still within 2/10 of him, still in that draft range, and then John Bonanno is trying to hold on to keep himself in the fight for this heat victory here in the comp cart, but John Bonanno right now losing ground and actually falling to the clutch of the Martin Stone.
Yeah, and as we saw, Dusty Davis was super consistent in qualifying. He was in the 51s consistently, and many of the guys could not hold up that pace when it came to Dusty Davis, and Dusty Davis seems like he's really showing it now, showing the pace in that RPM cart and that Tony Kart RPM, and Dusty Davis really pulling away here from the field of Billy Workman and John Bonanno, who is now in 3rd place.
Yeah, Dusty Davis this time by goes purple, 51.7, 2/10 faster than Workman. He's going to soon be out of draft range as Billy Workman here if he doesn't start, pick up the pace just a little bit here. Dusty Davis doing what we kind of expected to see from his pace in practice yesterday, and really his pace in qualifying, even though, like we said, he didn't get pole. He was the fastest guy all on his lonesome, doing 51.2s the entire qualifying session here. He's only doing 51.7s right now, but, different setup, right? Trying to save tires a little bit here, right? 3 heats on the same set of tires. But Dusty Davis knows the pace is there, knows the speed is there. See a move for through turn 8 here for P3, not going to make it happen. John Bonanno once again pinching Martin Stone down, not the exit Martin Stone would have wanted. He's going to fall back to his RPM teammate now of Tim Meyer.
Yeah, and Martin Stone trying to make a move there on John Bonanno for that P3 spot. Martin Stone cannot get it done, and he lost a handful of time there behind John Bonanno in that comp cart. And the more these guys fight, the more Dusty Davis and Billy Workman are going to really pull away from them.
Yeah, last time by, Billy Workman, purple, 51.723, a 10th quicker than Dusty Davis. He's closed the gap now to 2/10. So Workman still wants to see victory. He's up on the wheel right now, trying to get everything out of that go-kart to not let Dusty Davis get away right now. The problem that Workman has is that if Workman keeps pushing the way he is right now, he could burn up his tires throughout this heat race.
Yeah, of course, and we saw in qualifying, we expected some of these guys maybe to come in earlier, burn a couple of laps, but these guys were going full steam the whole way through, so that's obviously going to take a toll on their tires. And at the moment, Dusty Davis is still consistently in those 51s, and Billy Workman went purple last time by, obviously, with that 51.723.
Yeah, we see a change for 4th position here. There goes Tim Meyer, the P4. So Martin Stone started P2, down in P5, and might even be P6 here, because here comes Ryan Kasner on the Maranello. But nope, Martin Stone back to 4th position there, passing his teammate Tim Meyer.
Yeah, what a move there by Martin Stone for that 4th spot, as Tim Meyer now falls behind his teammate. And these guys are going to really have to start working together here to try to close down that gap to John Bonanno, as John Bonanno is starting to pull away a little bit from them, from that pack in behind, from 4th and behind. And John Bonanno really has no draft, so it's going to be hard for him to start catching up to Billy Workman and Dusty Davis, as these two guys are really starting to pull away.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how important it is to start working together, right? Because these 4 drivers right here have been battling throughout the last few laps here, and they've let John Bonanno extend their advantage by a second over the driver you see there in Martin Stone, Tim Meyer, and the 2 Maranello karts. I mean, it is a teammate battle here between the 2 RPMs and the 2 Maranello drivers. Round of the final corner. This looks to be a much better lap for Martin Stone. Let's see the gap as they cross the line. John Bonanno across the line. It is only 9 tenths now. So Martin Stone has closed the gap to P3, but back up front, Dusty Davis goes purple, 51.709. Workman also does 51.7, but still not quick enough to close the gap to Dusty Davis here. And Martin Stone now is leaving his teammate Tim Meyer and has closed the gap to John Bonanno. I expect to see him there in a few laps' time.
Yeah, of course, but Dusty Davis, like a magician, pulling out lap times from his hat. He has really been quick all weekend long, and he's really showing it here in this heat, Alex.
Yeah, Dusty Davis, like you said, just super quick, going purple almost every single lap that we've seen so far. There's still 7 laps to go. Tires are coming in to play even more now for the RPM driver. That kart seems to be on absolute rails right now, but, I mean, kudos to Billy Workman. He's kept them honest, right? I mean, it's still a 5/10 gap. One mistake could cost Dusty Davis the race there. 51.6 and 51.6 for Billy Workman, who goes purple. So, like I said, keeping him honest. I mean, he was only, 9 thousandths of a second faster than Dusty Davis. That won't cut it. But what it will do is keep Dusty Davis, on his toes and putting the pressure on him, right? You want to make Dusty Davis start burning his tires up, right? Because Billy Workman is using him up right now. It's all side by side. There he is, Tim Meyer pinching the door on Ryan Kasner. So Kasner on board the Maranello couldn't get by. But what I can see is that Martin Stone has caught up to John Bonanno.
Yeah, of course, and obviously it seems like Martin Stone kept his nose clean the last couple of laps, and now he's been able to catch up to the P3 of John Bonanno, and John Bonanno is really going to have to start putting his foot on the gas to try to get away from Martin Stone, as he is now catching, and Martin Stone is now in drafting range. And the more John Bonanno and Martin Stone fight, the more that Tim Meyer and Party are going to start to come in and play here for that P3 spot.
Yeah, here he comes this time around. We're going to see as they cross the line. Martin Stone 3 tenths faster than the comp kart driver of John Bonanno, up to turn 2 and turn 3 as they're going to go down the hill now towards turn 4. What does Martin Stone do? Does he have enough of a run? He does, to the inside. Bonanno once again chops the door on him. I could have told you that was going to happen. Deja vu from what we saw a few laps ago. John Bonanno, a masterclass in defense right now on board that comp kart.
Yeah, of course, seems like Martin Stone really trying to make the late move there on John Bonanno, but cannot get it done. We've seen it here before. Seems like Martin Stone losing a little bit of time there behind John Bonanno, but further on ahead, we see a little bit of fighting there from that number 2 in the 433. I believe that's Tim Meyer and Ryan Kasner as they still go side by side. And that number 2 of Ryan Kasner in that Maranello kart stays ahead of that 433 of Tim Meyer at the moment.
Yeah, what a move there from Ryan Kasner to the inside of Tim Meyer and makes it stick. So that's going to be a top 5 position now for Kasner as they stand. Last time by, Dusty Davis goes purple. He's just going purple every single lap. His favorite color must be purple at this point, right? 51.5 now for Dusty Davis. But again, 51.5 for Workman. Workman has just kept them, within grasp, within, striking distance in the drafting range in case a mistake is made from Dusty Davis. But right now, Dusty Davis proving to be, sort of a robot right now, right? Just doesn't put a foot wrong so far. Entering turn 8 there for your 2 leaders. On your screen, though, here comes Martin Stone. Can he make the move stick this time around? There it is, 5th time trying for Martin Stone. Makes it stick on the comp kart driver. Let's see if he can pull away now.
Yeah, and John Bonanno is going to stay right up the rear bumper of that 441 of Martin Stone at the moment. Martin Stone was trying really hard to get past that comp kart of John Bonanno, but could not get it done. Seems like he was trying so much, and Dusty Davis with a 51.635, and Billy Workman right behind him with the 51.609. These are the 2 for the lead, and here on your screen at the moment, we have Martin Stone and John Bonanno who are fighting for P3. it was a good move by Martin Stone there. He had to go, and he made the move, and therefore the guys from 5th on back cannot catch up as much as we see that Maranello kart at the moment. There in that 433, I believe that Ryan Perry Motorsports makes the move on that number 2 of Ryan Kasner, Tim Mayer, up to P5.
Yeah, Tim Mayer made a move on Kasner, pushed him wide enough to where Paul Montopoli was able to get around his teammate as well. So moved Kasner from 5th to 7th now. So maybe not the couple corners that Kasner would have wanted here. Back to P3 though. You know, maybe Martin Stone not pulling away like he would have expected on the John Bonanno there with how quick he caught up to him. John Bonanno proving how important the draft is, right? Even though Martin Stone has proven to be quicker at this point in the race, John Bonanno with the draft and maybe with a bit of just driving technique as well has been able to, you know, stay on the bumper of Martin Stone there. So a good lap there from Bonanno. Is actually quicker than Martin Stone. Back up front, Dusty Davis a little bit faster than the Workman, extending his advantage.
Yeah, Dusty Davis has been super consistent. He's been in the 51s all race long on his own, and Billy Workman really trying to start and close up that gap. But Dusty Davis has been in a super job here. He has been the class of the field all weekend long, and he's really showing it here. 2 laps to go, and Dusty Davis is so smooth on that steering wheel. As you can see his hands there. He's been so smooth all weekend and is really showing his class here, Alex.
Yeah, Dusty Davis. It's almost like he's done this a few times, you know, in his career, right? You know, yeah. Former Truck Series driver. Right? He has some experience under his belt here. Round in the final corner to get the white flag in the air for the IAME Heavy class in their first heat of the weekend. Crossing the line, Dusty Davis just adding to his consistency this time by another 51.6 for Dusty Davis. Workman at 51.7. Not going to be enough for Workman as it stands right now. Exiting 3 and going downhill towards turn 4. The RPM driver of Dusty Davis, you know, just smooth sailing out front. Like you said, Caleb, I haven't seen him turn the wheel once this entire race. That go-kart is on absolute rails right now.
Yeah, Dusty Davis has been absolutely perfect here today in this first heat. Dusty Davis, as we were saying, he went faster lap by lap. He was setting in those laps. He was super consistent. He wasn't making mistakes. When he had to make the move on Billy Workman, he got it done, and it was almost perfect.
Yeah, rounding the double right-handers here through 10, and then the final corner coming up here. Dusty Davis looks over his shoulder, sees there's nobody behind him but clean air. Rounding the final corner to see the checkered flag to win the first heat of the IAME Heavy class of the weekend. Workman with a solid showing there in P2, and Martin Stone is going to hold off John Bonanno to take P3. Bonanno 4th puts his best lap of the day so far there, and then Tim Mayer on the RPM. So it's an RPM 1, 3, and 5 for IAME Heavy. Paul Montopoli on the Maranello kart is going to be in P6. Kasner in 7th. Byron Daly, Connor Hare, and Keith Bishop rounding out your top 10 in the IAME Heavy class. Caleb?
Yeah, what a race by these guys. I mean, Dusty Davis really showed his class. Billy Workman as well. John Bonanno was really quick on that comp kart, but lost out a little bit to the 441 of Martin Stone in that RPM. But, man, what a drive by Dusty Davis here in that number 7 kart. He's been quick all weekend, and he has really showed his class here today.
Yeah, Dusty Davis proving the pace that we expected from him in practice and then the pace that we saw in qualifying to get a pretty dominating performance, I'd say, in the IAME Heavy class here. As we can see maybe on our screen here, the engines are getting fired for the KA100 Junior class. I'm expecting this to be a pretty good one here, Caleb.
Yeah, obviously we have a lot of big names as well. I believe Austin Olds is in there, maybe in that front spot. Yeah, in that 850. I believe that's Austin Olds, and right behind him, Ernesto Rivera. Can't fail to talk about the Mexican. That youngster has been great all year long. We have seen him week in, week out, and he has been great.
Yeah, exactly. And Mason Walters, there he is on your screen, the 816 Lando Norris driver there on pole position. Austin Olds outside of row 1. We look back to row 2 now. Isaac Malkowit coming off a big win in Pittsburgh, rolling off P3. Ernesto Rivera, one of the fastest junior drivers all year long. Didn't really have the qualifying we would have expected from him just because he was all alone for most of the session, so really impressive to see him in P4. Stephen Miller, one of the best. He and Ernesto have had a few coming together this year. Stephen Miller in P5. Carter McMurray on the comp kart. You know, the local kid, he's been super quick all year long. He's going to roll off P6. Enzo Vidmontien in P7. Salvador Della Vecchia P8. Turner Brown P9. Emma Kate Scarborough on the Car Republic in P10. Alexander Vanchev and Henry Taylor rolling off in row 6. Chase Buscalia and Max Altman, row 7. Nathan Dupuy and Eric Doohan in row 8. We see one driver, that's Enzo Vidmontien, has spun around, exiting turn 6. I wonder what happened there. Maybe just a cold tire monster got him. So let's see if he can get back in his starting position, which was, I believe, P7 it was. So the P7 driver spun around here. He's not going to have a lot of time to get going for green here. as we see Mason Walters has, closed the grid up a little bit here. I thought they're going to have another lap to go around, but yeah, they will. So
Yeah,
just
they're gonna have another lap.
your race director, Justin, has told him to get another lap here. So that's going to give Enzo Vimontienne enough time, hopefully, to get back in his starting position. But like I was saying there, Nathan Dupuis, Eric Duan, row 8. Alexander Young, Max Wayland on board the Magic Kart. He had a pretty solid showing in Pittsburgh last week. Maybe not the result he would have wanted in the final, but the pace was there for sure. And it's just gotten better and better throughout the year for Max. P19, P20 for Christian Quijano and James Newell. John Antonino and Oliver Weldon rolling off in row 11. So maybe not the qualifying those two drivers would have wanted. Remy Andrados, Christian Meyer in P23, P24. Samuel Newell and Chase Guessio in row 13. Mateo Pappas and Lillian Scarborough in row 14. Eric Cuesto, Forrest Adams, one of the fastest drivers in the junior class, rolling off in 30th there. Lucas Brancati, David Ybarra, and then Wyatt Downing, Christopher Wakefield, Rome McCurdy, Nathan Holy, Isaiah Crawley, Benim Abenurthi, Zoquan Holbrook, Indy Anderson, and then Jackson Wolney, the surprise qualifying for him. Didn't even get a lap in, rolling off last on the grid as the driver's getting ready to take the green for KA Juniors. It's Austin Olds and Mason Walters on your front rows. One of the drivers there is slow to get going, but they're going to get the green flag in the air. Let's see, is it a good start for Mason Walters? It is. Walters holds on to the lead. Isaac Malkwit, he's going to find himself in a P2. What a start. He's going to go to the lead. Isaac Malkwit from third to first in the first 3 corners.
What a move by Isaac Malkwit. He's now going to defend from Mason Walters as the whole field stacks on by. We see a lot about a 3 wide into these next couple of turns. We see one around. Ooh. It's one of the Magic Karts, I believe.
Max Wayland and a few other drivers are around in turn 4 there. But Mason Walters has gotten back to the point here. Stephen Miller with a late move on Austin Olds. He's going to take P3. So Stephen Miller from 5th to 3rd. Austin Olds falling back to P4. Vimontienne, after the spin on the warm-up lap, is in P6 there. Where is Ernesto Rivera right now?
I think he fell all the way back to 10th, Alex. Ernesto Rivera seems like he did not get the start that he wanted. As we see them coming down the straight, Isaac Malkwit on the rear of Mason Walters here at the moment, and Austin Olds behind Stephen Miller here at the moment as they 3 and 4. And Enzo Vimontienne seems like he spun early on, but here in the moment, Mason Walters leads.
Yeah, Mason Walters, your leader. Isaac Malkwit is going to push him, or at least attempt to push him away from Stephen Miller, who has a gaggle of karts behind him. It's Stephen Miller, followed by Austin Olds on the MPG, Enzo Vimontienne, and Carter McMurray in P6. Then it is one of the SCR drivers, I think it's Turner Brown. Then Alexander Vanchev in P8. It is a huge train as Stephen Miller has closed the gap to Isaac Malkwit on board that DAP kart. Here comes the Kart Republic driver of Stephen Miller.
And Alex, this is what I love about the Grand Nationals here. This is the racing that we get every time that we come here. These IAME engines really deliver the best racing all around.
Yeah, for sure. The KA Junior class in general has been one of the most exciting races to watch every race weekend we go to. As back up front, here comes Stephen Miller. He went purple for a split second, but it was Enzo Vimontienne fastest last time around. Stephen Miller has pulled away a bit from the MPG driver Austin Olds, and he's closed the gap to Isaac Malkwit, who is holding station behind the Leno Norris driver of Mason Walters.
Yeah, and Isaac Malkwit super quick on that Gillard kart. Seems like he's doing a really good job following here at the moment behind that 816 of Mason Walters. And now we see Stephen Miller joining the party. Now it's 3 of them fighting for the lead here at the moment. They're obviously going to decide as we see a move further on back. I believe that's one of the, I think that's Enzo Vimontienne on Austin Olds here for that 4th position.
Yeah, what a late move from Enzo Vimontienne. Solid drive for him on board the Kart Republic. So really good run for him from P7 to P4. Here comes Stephen Miller on the Kart Republic as well. To the inside of Isaac Malkwit. Moves Stephen Miller up to P2 and looking to close the gap now to Mason Walters, who's all alone. That gap's not going to hold for much longer here. So Miller to P2, Malkwit down to 3rd, and here comes Enzo Vimontienne up the hill to 3 and down towards turn 4. Do we see a move from Enzo? No, we don't. Malkwit slight defense there, and here comes Turner Brown to the inside of Austin Olds, and I believe that is maybe Della Vecchia, I think, to the inside of Olds as well. So Olds falling back a handful of spots outside the top 5.
Yeah, outside the top 5 seems like Ernesto Rivera now right behind Austin Olds. Seems like he's in the 7th position. And if I'm not mistaken here, Ernesto Rivera is further on back as we see one of the drivers there. I think that's the Speed Concepts if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, gets pushed out a little bit wide now behind Austin Olds.
Whoa.
And Ernesto Rivera getting pushed out wide as well as they go 3 wide. Ernesto Rivera's off.
Oh, no, that all started. Buscalia went to the inside of Ernesto Rivera, and then we had another driver trying to make it.
One around.
Man, a few karts are just spinning around here in the KA Junior class. That's the number 19. see if we can get a number on that driver there. But Ernesto Rivera, one of the quickest drivers all weekend in the KA Junior class, half spun out of the double right-hander. He's outside the top 20 now.
Yeah, something you do not want to see for Ernesto Rivera, who has been quick all year long. And when you come to a race weekend, you really expect him to be in the top 2. And obviously, whenever he fell off the top 5 here at the beginning, it was obviously going to be a work back up, and it seems like he could not get it done. And as we see a half move there from Enzo Vidmontien there on Isaac Malquit. But yeah, very unlucky for Ernesto Rivera, who is ultimately out of this race here at the moment.
Yeah, Ernesto's fallen back to at least 15th. Buscalia, he went to the inside of Ernesto when that happened, but he, both of them really weren't beneficiaries of the move at all. As we see Isaac Malquit to the bumper of Stephen Miller. Mason Walters doing an impressive job here to hold on to this lead and really extend his advantage a little bit over the drivers behind him here. It is a Lando Norris Kart train. And here comes Enzo Vidmontien to the inside of Malquit, and McMurray's going to try to follow him through. Vidmontien to third. It's McMurray and Malquit side by side. He's going to have to back out of it, so Malquit only loses one spot there through turn 5, now in 6. Here comes Stephen Miller and his teammate there, Enzo Vidmontien on the Car Republic. It's two Car Republics versus a Lando Norris driver for the lead here.
Yeah, very smart from Isaac Malquit to decide to push that 895 of Enzo Vidmontien in that Car Republic kart, as he was about to lose a position to the fastest man on track at the moment, that 840 of Carter McMurray in that comp kart here at the moment. And now the draft is going to have a lot to do here as we see these guys start to become a 5-lap battle. There's 5 karts here in contention for the win here in the first heat. We see Enzo Vidmontien right up, starting to close down that gap to Stephen Miller, as Enzo Vidmontien has been the fastest kart this race. As we see a move there by Stephen Miller to take P1, goes down the inside and he's clear, and that takes Stephen Miller up to P1.
Stephen Miller gets around Mason Walters to take the lead here with about 7.5 laps to go in the KA Junior class. You saw him give the signal to Mason Walters to say, please push me. I don't know if he's going to listen or not. So far he does. Through the turn 8 hairpin. Stephen Miller, your leader. It's Mason Walters second, and Enzo Vidmontien, the fastest guy on the racetrack as it stands right now. He went purple last time by. He's in third. Malquit, like I said earlier, coming off of a big victory in Pittsburgh. He's trying to bounce back and claim one of the biggest races you could win all year long as in the IAME Grand Nationals. And then there's Carter McMurray on the comp kart, in P5. But here comes Mason Walters on board the Lando Norris kart. Oh, and Vidmontien throws it down the inside. Late move there for Enzo. So it's Mason Walters to the point now. Enzo P2, and now Stephen Miller falls back to the clutches of Isaac Malquit. And here comes Vidmontien getting help from his teammate. So it's now first to third. Make it fourth now, and fifth for Mason Walters. How easy it is to lose spots here on Trackhouse Motorplex.
Yeah, what a track that Trackhouse Motorplex is, and it delivers some of the best racing that we see all year round. As we see Mason Walters was in the lead of this race throughout the first corner, and he falls all the way back down to fifth in the matter of 4 corners. As we see Isaac Malquit get pushed out wide a little bit, as Isaac Malquit now falls down to P5.
I tell you one thing, Caleb. What I'm noticing here is that these 5 start to battle. It was a 5-kart breakaway. Guess what? Here comes Alexander Vanchev and a bunch of other go-karts. Austin Old, Turner Brown, Nathan Dupuis, all in the mix here. We're going to have a 7 or 8 kart train, make it 9 kart train very soon, as your leaders, the 2 Car Republic drivers, trying to pull away here from Mason Walters, Carter McMurray, and Isaac Malquit. But there he is, the Lando Norris driver of Alexander Vanchev. He's right there in the same frame now. We're about to have 6 karts for the battle here with 6 to go.
Yeah, and this race just keeps getting better, Alex, as we see more and more karts start getting brought back into play. The more these guys ahead from third to fifth, as we see them fight more and more, it's going to bring those guys further on back, as Alexander Vanchev and Austin Olds, who has been quick all year round, and now he's going to work his way back up to fight for the lead here.
Yeah, Austin Olds with a bit of help there from Turner Brown, trying to get back up to Alexander Vanchev, and if those 3 can get hooked up, they could definitely catch up to the guys ahead as Isaac Malquit, Walters, and McMurray fight for P3. The 2 Car Republic teammates have no intentions of fighting as we stand right now with 4.5 laps to go. But here comes Mason Walters, the fastest guy on the racetrack, the only guy to be in the 50s last time by. He has closed the gap tremendously as Malquit with a late move into turn 4 pushes McMurray wide, and Malquit back to P4 there. And then we're going to see these 2 drivers try to work together to get back to the top 3. But back up front, Mason Walters has closed the gap. He's on the bumper now. Stephen Miller heading down towards turn 7 and turn 8. Does Miller make a move? No, he doesn't.
What a move there by Isaac Malquit on that comp cart of Carter McMurray. And now Isaac Malquit's going to really give the signal to Carter McMurray to work together and work their way back up to the top 3. As we see here in the lead, Enzo Vinmontien and Stephen Miller, those 2 Kart Republics, have been super quick all weekend. And now we see the gap closing down as Mason Walters is going to get the toe here down the back straight. Are any of them going to make a move? They decide to stick together. No moves are made here down turn number 1. And they're going to decide to work together maybe into turn number 3, I believe this is. And here we go, Stephen Miller sticking his nose down the inside. Can he get it done? Mason Walters is going to follow, send Stephen Miller up to P1 and Mason Walters up to P2, and Enzo Vinmontien falls to P3.
Yeah, as those 3 start the battle, here comes Isaac Malquit and Carter McMurray. They have brought them back into the mix. Does Walters go for a move here? No, he doesn't. But Enzo with a late lunge into turn 8. Enzo Vinmontien back to P2. So Miller up to P1. Vinmontien, bit of contact there with Mason Walters, but he's going to hold on to P2, and he's brought Isaac Malquit and McMurray into the mix. And a little further back, we're going to see the drivers like Alexander Vanchev, Austin Olds, and Turner Brown get back in the mix. There's a late lunge there from Mason Walters. He's going to go through, and here comes Malquit, going to get help from McMurray. Not going to make it happen. All this racing for P2, though. Stephen Miller has pulled away a little bit.
Stephen Miller has pulled away indeed. He's in the 51 flats last time by, and Mason Walters, they really fell off 5/10 slower, and Isaac Malquit tries to make a move down the inside of Enzo Vinmontien. Isaac Malquit can get it done, but seems like a little bit of a shoulder tap in between the 2 of them.
Yeah, Malquit was there. Enzo just turned down a little bit. We see a bit of a mistake there from Mason Walters. Drops a tire, exit to 6. Pretty easy to do there with no track limits, but they're both, this whole group actually is catching up to Stephen Miller this time by. I expect to see Mason Walters on the bumper of Stephen Miller soon enough here as Isaac Malquit holding on to P3 right now. McMurray is pushing him through, trying to catch up to Mason Walters. Walters on an absolute flyer of a lap with 2 to go this time by. Let's see the lap times. He's caught up to Stephen Miller last time by 4/10 faster than Stephen Miller. Mason Walters is all over the bumper now. Stephen Miller climbing the hill to 3, exiting turn 3. Does he go for a move with 2 to go? Down the hill towards turn 4. Miller knows he's there. No defense there from Miller. I'm very surprised. Didn't have to, though. Mason Walters going to hold station in P2. Malquit going to have to hold off McMurray now for 3rd.
Yeah, and Isaac Malquit, it seems like he really has to start working together here with Carter McMurray to really catch up to the 1 and 2 of Stephen Miller and Mason Walters. And Mason Walters would put an absolute flyer. Now he's sending it down the inside of Stephen Miller. He gets it done, but guess who's back? Isaac Malquit is all over the rear end now of Stephen Miller, and right behind him, Carter McMurray. It is now a 5-kart battle here, Alex, for the lead, and you see 6th on back are starting to close down. We have a race in our hands here as the 3 on the inside decided to defend, and now we're going here. We have a couple 2 wide. Isaac Malquit side by side with Stephen Miller. Can Isaac Malquit get it done? A little bit of contact there in between them 2, and Enzo Vinmontien right behind Isaac Malquit. As you see 1 going off further on back here, Alex.
Oh my God, it is a parking lot, and Mason Walters is hosting it right now. He's parked his go-kart around the entire racetrack, somehow holding on to the lead here. Stephen Miller holds on to P2, but like you said, we were 3 wide for about 3 corners in a row there, and somehow Mason Walters has held on to this lead. Stephen Miller has found himself in a P2, and Malquit still in P3, defending now from Enzo Vinmontien, who's going to go around the outside into the turn 8 hairpin, late on the brakes for the Kart public driver, and Enzo Vinmontien to P3. Isaac Malquit braked a little bit too early there. Oh, it's a little bump and run there from Turner Brown. It's going to cost them both the position as Austin Olds now up to P5. But around the final corner, Mason Walters on board the Lando Norris Kart wins the first heat in KA Junior. Man, you would have thought that was a feature race.
Yeah, of course, seemed like a main event. It seems like these guys were the ones racing for the money the way they were racing here. But great racing all around from the KA Juniors as they really showed their class here today.
Yeah, I mean, what a run there for Mason Walters. He deserved that win for sure. I mean, that last lap and a half, he defended like his life depended on it, and he comes away with a victory there. Stephen Miller holds on to P2. Enzo Vinmontien rounding out your top 3. Isaac Malquit, a good, solid showing for him in P4. Carter McMurray, P5. Austin Olds, a good comeback drive for him to round off your top 6. Turner Brown, 7th. Alexander Vanchev on board the Lando Norris car in PA. Ernesto Rivera, a good comeback drive for the RPG driver to finish in P9. Where did he come from? And Christian Mayer rounds out your top 10 in KA Junior. When we come back, we're going to get ready to go X30 Senior race, KA Senior Racing. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back here and getting ready to go underway for KA Senior. This is Groups A versus D. On your screen, your pole sitter, Aiden Levy, on board the Kart Republic. To his right side, it is the Kart driver of Weston Workman rolling off in P2. Looking a little further back to row 2 now. It's going to be Braden Eves on the MPG Kart Republic. And to his outside, Joe Turney on the Chad Dawkins Racing Kart Republic driver. And a little further back, it is Leonardo Scorpioni on his first major national senior start. He's rolling off P5. And it's going to be Brent Cruz in P6. And then rolling off a little bit further back, I think that is Austin Jers and Emery Lida is going to be in, 5th and 6th there. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of a hold on the starting lineup for the KA Senior Groups A versus D. But I expect this to be a good one, Caleb.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race indeed, as we see a lot of big names coming into this KA class. I mean, we've seen Race Liberante coming back in the seat for this weekend. He was out last weekend as well at Stars, and now we see Race Liberante here back in the seat with another one of his drivers, Braden Eves, as well, back in the KA seat. We've seen him do really, really good throughout the year in the KA. He's been doing a lot of double duty in USPKS, and Joe Turney as well, first time in the KA all year long. He is the winningest driver in 2023. He goes pole in X30 and now starting in 4th in the second row here in KA.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see if we can get a bit more of a hold on the lineup here. So it's going to be rolling off where leaving off where I started. Race Liberante in P7. Steven Iser, a solid showing for him. He's going to start P8 in this heat race. Finnegan Bailiff and Hudson Brown rounding out your row 5. Aiden Hatcher and Axel Cabrera, 11th and 12th. Braden Deming and Spencer Mass, 13, 14. Caden Bell and not Weston Merkham, sorry. It's going to be, that is maybe Spencer Conrad there in 16th. It's going to be a pretty stacked field here for the KA Senior class. Like you were saying with Liberante there, good to see him back in the seat. Had a solid showing in Pittsburgh. He's back in the seat again with his buddy Braden Eves, and we're going to have Chase Jones in the other group for KA Senior. So it's a pretty stacked KA Senior class for the MPG drivers.
Yeah, of course. They have a lot of big names here racing for them this weekend. Obviously, a lot of money on the line as Braden Eves goes for the big $22,000. Braden Eves is going for the money this weekend, as well as Joe Turney. We see those two guys, some of the eight drivers that are going for the big money here this weekend. As up in the front, Aiden Levy, I believe, goes into the tram lines as we are set to go green here in KA Senior.
Yeah, here we go. The Kart Republic driver of Aiden Levy, leading the field to green. Super slow. Weston Workman is actually a bit ahead of Aiden Levy. He's going to have to slow down a bit, but he's getting pushed by Joe Turney. Hand in the air for Workman. We're going to see. Are we going to get the green flag in the air? We do. It's green. Aiden Levy going to pinch off Workman there, but Workman's going to follow him into P2. What a start for Joe Turney. Joe Turney already up in the 3rd position there, and I believe that is one of the Kart Republic drivers, or no, that is Paulie Massimino now, I think, into 4th.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino up in a 4th. Seems like
Sorry, that is not Massimino. But that was one of the Lando Norris drivers there up in the 4th position. But it is Aiden Levy out front. Turney sneaks his way up into the turn 5 left-right chicane there. Turney, how did he make a move stick there? What a start for Joe Turney. Workman has to go defensive now on Braden Eves. Eves around the outside, not going to make a stick. He's going to lose a spot actually now.
And what a switchback move there up at the front by Joe Turney, who is still fighting for the lead here. I think that's Aiden Levy. Aiden Levy obviously had a crash with A.J. Myers during qualifying, and now Joe Turney is trying to make that move on Aiden Levy, but it seems like Joe Turney fell off a little bit, lost a little bit of time, trying too hard to make that move. And now these guys are going to start to line up as Leonardo Escorpioni is now behind, I think that's Weston Workman behind Joe Turney here at the moment, and Braden Eves in a P4 right behind them.
Yeah, Workman trying to push Turney up to the front now. What a start for Aiden Levy. Workman thinks he's faster right now. Workman to the inside. He's through on Joe Turney. Here comes Braden Eves. He's also through. So Turney from 2nd to 4th. That's Massimino in 5th. Brent Cruz in 6th. And it's going to be up in 7th there, Spencer Conrad. So it is a 7-kart train in KA Senior. A few drivers off into turn 4. They're getting ready to go underway there. But Braden Eves back to 2nd place there on Workman, who chops the nose a little bit on Joe Turney. It's going to ruin his exit. Here comes Massimino now in the Lando Norris kart. Here comes Paulie to P5. He's through. And Brent Cruz going to push Turney wide. So Turney now from 2nd to 6th and maybe even 7th now as Cruz going to have to go defensive on Joe Turney. Turney's lost a few spots now in KA Senior.
Yeah, definitely not the couple of corners that Joe Turney would have wanted here as he falls all the way back to 6th now at the moment. And Paulie Massimino up in a 4th. Braden Eves now goes purple here, and now he's in the 51.326, right behind Aiden Levy. Aiden Levy seems like he got the kart figured out. Obviously had that crash with AJ Myers in qualifying, but it seems like he fixed the kart, and he's still in the lead of this race.
Yeah, Spencer Conrad now through on Joe Turney, and here comes Leo Scorpione as well, trying to take advantage of Joe Turney's maybe, misread the tire pressure a little bit or what. The kart has not come in yet for Joe Turney. It's what we've expected to see, though, from Joe. I mean, throughout the year, he's known for having the low tire pressures, right? Most of these drivers, I think, are on higher pressures. They must be, because Joe Turney struggling right now to get any heat in the tires, as we have a few drivers off. The 44 and the 950 of Braden Robertson out of this race. That nose cone is all mangled up, and he's out. He seems to be limping right now and in pain. Let's hope that driver is okay, but not what we want to see for the CRG driver. Back out front, though, Aiden Levy, his gap has diminished completely. Braden Eves and Paulie Massimino back to the point here. It is a 1, 2, 3, and maybe even a 4-car breakaway as Brent Cruz now is back in the mix.
Yeah, Brent Cruz working his way back up there with the top 3. Braden Eves, Paulie Massimino was purple last time by with a full head of steam. Paulie Massimino now up the rear bumper of Braden Eves and Aiden Levy, as it's going to be a 4-kart battle for the lead here in the next couple of laps. We know these guys in KA100, they're obviously racing for a lot of money here this weekend, so I'm not going to be surprised to see these guys fight here early on.
Yeah, Aiden Levy right now, he's just trying to race his way into the shootout at this point. As Massimino to the inside of Braden Eves. He's through. Paulie Massimino to the P2. As it stands, Aiden Levy is in the shootout. He doesn't need the fan votes. He's leading him, but he doesn't need them. Brent Cruz to the inside. He's through to P3. So there goes the RPM driver up to 3rd. Braden Eves falling back to 4th. Doesn't have to be too aggressive here. These drivers are all just racing, obviously for points for the weekend. But the top 10 and then plus a few fan votes get into tonight's shootout for KA Senior. That's what these drivers are racing for right now.
Yeah, of course, the top 10 is definitely going to be important for these guys as they try to get into the shootout, obviously. And Braden Eves seems like he had a bad couple of corners as well. Moves down to 4th place as Brent Cruz works his way up to P3. But these guys are still very much connected here with 10 laps to go.
I got to say, looking a little further back here to 6th on back, Joe Turney has had a shocking couple of corners. He is almost outside of your top 10 as it stands, as there's Emery Lida. Emery Lida is out of this race, not the heat race he would have wanted. That's really going to hurt his points as the weekend goes on here. Back up front, Paulie Massimino all over the bumper of Aiden Levy. When does he make a move with 8.5 to go? It's now. Paulie Massimino to the lead. And does Brent Cruz go through all side by side? Aiden Levy going to try to hold the outside. Can't make it stick. Brent Cruz to P2. Aiden Levy down to 3rd. And Braden Eves just holding on there. Holding station to P4. Playing it really smart. Conserving his tires. He wants a good go-kart towards the end of the race.
Yeah, obviously we were talking about Joe Turney and how his go-kart, we're used to seeing him come in later on in this race, as we've seen in a lot of the national level races where Joe Turney just comes in further on in the race, but now I believe he's behind, if I'm not mistaken, it may be Race Liberante here at the moment. I think Joe Turney's behind. Yeah, and he is. He's behind Race Liberante and Chase Jones. The 2 team owners for MPG are starting to fight here a little bit or work together here at the moment. Seems like they are. Chase Jones and Race Liberante working together here at the moment. As further on ahead, we have here Paulie Massimino still in the lead of this race. Braden Eves down in 4th. And if I'm not mistaken, this could be, I think that's Brent Cruz. Yeah, Brent Cruz in that number 11 RPM kart in that 2nd spot at the moment, and Aiden Levy in 3rd place here.
Yeah, still a 4-car breakaway out front here. Braden Eves losing a little bit of touch now to Aiden Levy in 3rd place there, but closes it up in the brake zone, staying just within the draft distance. A little further back, it's Spencer Conrad and Leo Scorpione, so good run for Leo on his first national senior race to be in P6 in a stacked field like this. Back up front, Paulie Massimino and Brent Cruz working well together. Aiden Levy right there in the mix. There's Spencer Conrad on his lonesome there, but Leo Scorpione has closed the gap on him for the battle for 5th. There comes Spencer Conrad across the line, and then Leo Scorpione was 4/10 faster. One of the fastest cars on the racetrack right now is that Zanella Racing OTK go-kart Leo Scorpione. Back up front, exiting 3, downhill towards turn 4. Any moves being made? No. Paulie Massimino still your leader with 6.5 to go. Brent Cruz holding station in 2nd place.
Yeah, Brent Cruz has been really patient here with Paulie Massimino as he goes purple last time back with a 50.665. Paulie Massimino has been quick all race long, but Brent Cruz is right there. He was a 10 slower than Paulie Massimino last time by, but Paulie Massimino holds on to this lead, but for how long, Alex? Brent Cruz and Aiden Levy have been super quick. They've showed their class, and I can't fail to mention Braden Eves, who has been there all race long as well, watching from a little bit further on back, keeping his nose clean, letting the guys, whenever we get a 2 to go, the guys up ahead from first to third, they're going to start fighting, and Braden Eves, that's when he's going to come into play. That's when he's going to be, as we see a move here down for P number 1, and that's Brent Cruz on the inside of Paulie Massimino. Move Brent Cruz up to the P1.
Yeah, Brent Cruz was tired of being second. He wants to lead this race. He feels comfortable. The kart has come into play for him. He went purple last time by 50.602. The top 4 are the only ones in the 50.6s besides Austin Jers down in 7th. So good run for Austin Jers there. Maybe not, position he would have wanted, but he's caught up to the P6 driver of Leo Scorpione. Back up front, though, we're going to see a move for second there. Aiden Levy going to go to third, and Braden Eves going to follow through. So Braden Eves to P3, and Massimino from first to fourth in 1 lap. Now back up front, Brent Cruz has a bit of a gap to Aiden Levy, but that won't stand for much longer. Aiden Levy rounding turn 11 in the final corner. Let's see the gap as he crosses the line here. Brent Cruz has gotten the lead with about 5.5 to go, but here comes Aiden Levy, Braden Eves, and Paulie Massimino. Last time by, nobody goes quicker, but here comes Aiden Levy up the hill towards 3, and then they're going to go down the hill towards the bowl corner. The bank's turn 4 here. Does anybody make a move? Yes, they do. Massimino, slide job on Braden Eves. Oh, he's going to try to make it stick, and I think he does. Massimino is going to push Braden Eves all the way to the dirt just to make that move stick, and Massimino back to P3.
Yeah, what a move there by Paulie Massimino. Down the inside of Braden Eves as Braden Eves loses a spot, moves right back down to P4. But these guys really need to start working together to try to stay in between drafting range of Brent Cruz and Aiden Levy, as these guys have been super quick, and they have been the absolute class of the field. This is only half of the KAs that we're going to see this weekend, obviously, as we have another group coming on by, B and C up next. But here at the moment, we have Brent Cruz in the lead of this race, Aiden Levy in P2, Paulie Massimino in P3 here at the moment, and Braden Eves down in P4 as Paulie Massimino goes purple. It seems like his favorite color is purple as well, Alex, as Paulie has been the quickest man on the track today.
Yeah, what a lap there from Massimino, 50.4. Here comes Aiden Levy to the inside. Massimino's going to follow him through. Cruz trying to hold the outside. Wow, where did he find the grip? Brent Cruz, that was impressive to only lose a spot there. I mean, one of the only drivers we've seen all weekend long so far hold that second line in turn 4. There's a lot of grip out there, and Brent Cruz showed it. Brent Cruz said, I want the lead back to the inside. He's through in turn 8. So Cruz from first to third to first in a matter of 4 corners. What an impressive showing here for the RPM driver, who really doesn't get in the go-kart much anymore. The recently signed TRD driver, Brent Cruz, only races the big national races here for KA and X30 Senior, but he's shown it big here. His home track, he has thousands of laps around this place, but again, defending big here with about 2 to go here. Brent Cruz to the bottom of the racetrack. Massimino across over for second place. Has to go over the curbing. Aiden Levy all the way to the bottom. Paulie Massimino, just like we saw 2 years ago in the shootout. Massimino from third to first to the lead of this heat race.
And I said it, Alex. Braden Eves is going to watch these 2 guys ahead go at it, and now he's right behind Paulie Massimino, as Paulie Massimino now leads this race, and Braden Eves in a P2. Aiden Levy falls back down in P3. The more Aiden Levy and Brent Cruz fought here, the more they lost time to Paulie Massimino and Braden Eves, who both had a full head of steam trying to catch up to these 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little confused on why Brent Cruz defended so heavily through those first 3 corners. I mean, it only cost him, right, from first to fourth, and he's lost touch with the leaders now. So Brent Cruz defending with 2.5 to go. I mean, it makes you scratch your head a little bit here, but I mean, maybe we can ask him after the race, what he was thinking there. But Paulie Massimino has found himself in the lead with 2 to go. Braden Eves now, the beneficiary of all of this, and P2, Aiden Levy holding station in third, and Brent Cruz now from first to fourth that last lap.
Yeah, it seems like Braden Eves has not had the go-kart that he has wanted here this weekend, as he has been losing a little bit of time to the guys behind of Aiden Levy and Brent Cruz. But Braden Eves is in P2 at the moment. With 2 to go, he has to get a move done here on Paulie Massimino at some point and hold off the guys behind, as Aiden Levy has been quick all weekend. Put it on pole here this weekend as Braden Eves, Paulie Massimino slides down to the inside, trying to defend from Braden Eves, and further on back, Aiden Levy and Brent Cruz side by side, and Aiden Levy holds that P3 spot from Brent Cruz, but Brent Cruz has been super quick in that RPM kart, and now Brent Cruz giving the signal to Aiden Levy to start working together as we come down the final corner. Paulie Massimino leads us into the final lap. We take the white flag. Braden Eves gives the signal to Paulie Massimino to keep his head forward and to keep working together, as Brent Cruz down the inside on Aiden Levy. And Brent Cruz moves up in a P3. Now Braden Eves gives a signal to Paulie Massimino, keep working, keep moving forward. Braden Eves wants to keep working with Paulie Massimino, and they are going to fight here. This is the last lap. They are going to fight here at some point. Obviously, it may be this corner or a couple corners later, but Braden Eves is going to look for a move here on Paulie Massimino if he is close enough.
And Massimino goes defensive here. Crossover incoming from Braden Eves. Not going to make a stick. Paul Massimino is going to defend into turn 9 here. Brent Cruz throws one inside of Braden Eves. Braden Eves going to hold the outside of the double rights here. Down the hill here and going to climb it back up for the final corner. Massimino's going to go defensive. Braden Eves throws one on the inside of Massimino. Can't make it stick. We're 3 wide for P2. Massimino wins it. Aiden Levy comes home second. Brent Cruz going to round off your top 3. And Braden Eves from second to 4th in the final corner there. And Spencer Conrad rounding out your top 5. Chase Jones, what a run for him. And Liberante, his teammate, up into 7th. Wettengale, a good comeback drive for him to finish 8th. And Scorpione, he was in 5th most of that race, falls back to P9. And then John Burke on board the CRG in turn in P10. And Joe Turney, the shock of the race, I'd say, on board the Kart Republic, rolled off in P3. He's down in P11. So he's actually outside of the shootout as it stands.
Yeah, definitely not something you want to see from Joe Turney, who has been absolutely class all year round. But let's talk a little bit about the MPG owners, Race Liberante and Chase Jones. How about that? The two veterans obviously have been out of the seat for quite a while now, but we saw Race Liberante come back last weekend at Stars Pittsburgh, and now Race Liberante really put on a show for us here as he slides it into the he sends it into the top 10 shootout at the moment. And man, what a drive by those two co-owners.
Yeah, those MPG drivers there, you know, they're not in the seat very often, but when they are, they're putting on a show for us in P6 and P7 for the first heat race for KA Senior. When we come back, we're going to get ready to go KA Senior Racing once again, this time for groups B and C. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back here live from the IAME Grand Nationals at Trackhouse Motorplex. Getting ready to go set for heat number 1 for KA100 Senior groups B and C. On your screen, your pole sitter, Brandon Lemke. What a qualifying session. He had to put himself in P1 for this group. On the outside, it's AJ Myers, the shifter car driver turned single-speed driver here for the weekend. He's rolling off P2. P3's fast Frankie Mossman, and then Anthony Rivera coming off of a really solid weekend in Pittsburgh. Dalton Haynes in 5th, and then another shifter car driver, Danny Formal, one of the fastest drivers we've seen all year long, really since karting that I've been around in karting. Yeah. One of the best drivers in go-karts, rolling off P6, his first single-speed race in 7 years. Connor Ferris in 7th, and then one of the GWR drivers there in 8th. And then it's James Overbeck in 9th. I believe that was maybe Noah Rosser there. And then it's James Overbeck there, and then a few other drivers that we'll get as they cross the line here and the order starts to get set.
Yeah, of course, Alex. We were saying these classes have been absolutely stacked all weekend long. Here this weekend, we see names like AJ Myers and Danny Formal who have shown their class. I mean, we're used to seeing them obviously in the gearbox classes and the shifter classes, but it has been super crazy and interesting to see how these guys have really kind of showed their class both in the gearbox classes, and now they're really showing that here in the single speed classes in a class like KA100. Obviously one of the lower speed classes when it comes to the 2-stroke, but these guys have showed their class, and it shows you why they are the best in the nation and maybe some of the best in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, I mean, some of the best, probably arguably in the world here for the IAME Grand Nationals at Trackhouse Motorplex. It's not going to get much bigger than this. Maybe the Supernats later this year, but this is one of the biggest races we go to all year long nationally and really internationally. As we see, there's drivers like, Joe Turney, for example, here this weekend. So, I mean, there's some huge talent here for this race weekend here as Brandon Lemke gets them all lined up and ready to go there. And there's AJ Myers rolling off P2. Really the qualifying, maybe the end of qualifying that he wouldn't have wanted. I wonder if they got that go-kart all fixed. They won't really know until the heat starts, right? Because he and Levy got contact. But he still finds himself in P2 for this group. Fast Frankie Mossman, P3, Anthony Rivera, Dalton Haynes, Danny Formal, your top 6. And then a bunch of other quick names further back. Hayden Jones outside your top 10, not what we would expect from him. And then Gavin Bailiff further back as well. Henry Wheeler there in 8th, coming off a big win at Pittsburgh as Brandon Lemke leads them to the green flag here, slow and steady. Bit of a separation there between Formal and Rivera. Here we go, green flag in the air. What a start for Lemke and Mossman. Mossman's going to go to P2. AJ Myers going to slot into P3. Dalton Haynes finds himself in 4th. And then there's Connor Ferris and Rivera holding off Formal. Formal going to get pushed wide and lose a couple of spots. He's behind Henry Wheeler now. And then there's to the inside, I think that is Noah Rosser making a move there on Robertson.
Yeah, what a move there. And Braden Robertson falls back, I think, outside the top 10 here at the moment. But Frankie Mossman is right behind Brandon Lemke here at the moment. And A.J. Myers there as well. Can't fail to mention Dalton Haynes, who is fighting for that 22 big ones here this weekend. We see A.J. Myers down the inside of Frankie Mossman. Dalton Haynes goes as well. And now Dalton Haynes is going to make the move here on A.J. Myers. Can he get it done? He cannot. A.J. Myers stays in P2. And Frankie Mossman gets it done back on Dalton Haynes. Frankie Mossman still in P3, A.J. Myers up in a P2, and Dalton Haynes falls back to P4.
Yeah, what a late move for A.J. Myers. Push Mossman wide. Mossman with a good defense there to hold off Dalton Haynes, who's been one of the fastest drivers in this class all weekend long, consistently in the top 2 at every single practice. He's back in P4 right now. Didn't the qualifying he would have wanted, right? I mean, he was all on his lonesome for most of that qualifying session. Didn't really get anybody to push him there. There's Anthony Rivera on board, I think, the energy car in P5. He had a really solid showing at Pittsburgh. His first national pole of his career. He's in 5th right now. Connor Ferris in P6 or P7, sorry. And then there is Danny Formal, the shifter car driver. There goes Dalton Haynes, and there goes Formal. They're both going to make moves. Dalton Haynes to 3rd, Formal to 6th. What a pass for both those drivers.
Yeah, and Anthony Herrera falls back down to P5 here at the moment, and Dalton Haynes was able to get that move done on Frankie Mossman. That's really going to start to release Dalton Haynes to try to catch back up to A.J. Myers and really push him to catch back up to Brandon Lemke, who is running away with the lead here at the moment. But it's not going to be for long, Alex, because we talked about the tow here. The draft is super big. As we see Danny Formal already starting to make up time, and Danny Formal gives the signal on behind to push me, to really start working together, to start working their way up to catch back up to the rear end of Frankie Mossman and Dalton Haynes, who are all fighting for the lead here. This could be a 8-kart battle here at the moment for the lead here at the end of this race if these guys keep it clean.
I love watching Dana Formaro drive, man. I mean, when he drives a shifter kart, he's known to bend steering shafts and how much he shifts weight here as Dalton Haynes to the inside of A.J. Myers, and Mossman follows him through. He pushed Haynes through the corner there, and Mossman closes the door on A.J. Myers there, and here we go. A.J. Myers and Danny Formao found each other on the racetrack. They're known to see each other in the shifter class, but they're actually working together now here in the KA class. Late lunge there for A.J. Myers. What a move into turn 12. A.J. Myers back to third there, and Danny Formao couldn't make it stick on Frankie Mossman, but A.J. Myers on the magic cart back to P3. Formao, like I was saying though, he's just so tall and so strong. He's able to just transfer the weight. He steers that go-kart with the seat almost with how much he's able to shift the weight.
Yeah, of course. And Danny Formao, late move there on Frankie Mossman, was trying to get it done, could not do it, and Frankie Mossman stays in P4 right behind A.J. Myers, and Dalton Haynes in P2 here at the moment, trying to catch up to Brandon Lemke, but Dalton Haynes is starting to fall out a little bit from that drafting range. He is going to get it back here in a little bit. I believe he's in the drafting range now, and yes, he is. A.J. Myers, Frankie Mossman, Danny Formao all starting to work together. As we see a battle further on back. A Tony Kart, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's a 948.
That's Connor Ferris and James Overbeck battling it out there for P7. They're going to fall to the clutches of Henry Wheeler. Wheeler coming off a big OKN victory in Pittsburgh. Makes a move on James Overbeck. So move Wheeler now up into P8 there. Good move for him. As we see, I think Brickley went purple last time by. So what a lap there for Adam Brickley down in P10. Back up front, though, we have Mossman, who just made a move on A.J. Myers for third. And going defensive now, hugely defensive into turn 4. Frankie Mossman on the CRG up to P3. A.J. Myers now defending from Danny Formao. And there's James Overbeck. We were just talking about him. And Overbeck into turn 1 is out of this race.
Yeah, seems like he had a little bit of contact there. Not quite sure who he had contact with, but definitely not good for James Overbeck. We see A.J. Myers sticking a nose down the inside of Frankie Mossman. A.J. Myers cannot get it done, but you were saying, Alex, A.J. Myers and Danny Formao, it doesn't matter the class that they race. They always seem to find each other on the track. Now they're racing in KA100. Obviously a lot of money on the line this weekend, and now they have found each other once again on the track.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you the caliber of driver those two guys are. I mean, you can put them in anything and they'll find speed in it. These guys don't race single speed very often. They don't even test single speed very often. And it just shows you the testament of how fast they are to be able to just hop in a go-kart, you know, in whatever the team tells them to hop in, and they're fast. A.J. Myers being defensive now shows you that maybe he doesn't think that the kart is as fast as he would like it right now to go defensive this early on in the race with 8.5 to go.
Yeah, of course. It seems like Frankie Mossman falling off a little bit behind Dalton Haynes. Dalton Haynes has been super quick here. Brendan Lemke as well. Dalton Haynes was a 10th faster last time by than Frankie Mossman. As we see A.J. Myers now and Danny Formao trying to make the move done on Frankie Mossman in a little bit of a side pod. They've rubbed side pods there a little bit. Wheel-to-wheel action between Danny Formao and Frankie Mossman. Danny Formao trying to get the move done on the youngster of Frankie Mossman.
Yeah, Formao didn't seem too happy with Mossman there. You know, side-to-side contact there. Seems all fair, though. Formao giving the signal to Romero, saying, please push me. Exiting turn 1 now and up the hill towards 2 and 3. Danny Formao trying to do everything he can to get every bit of horsepower out of that motor. Back up front, Dalton Haynes with a 10th faster than Lemke. He's closed the gap to half a second. Here comes the Kart public driver of Dalton Haynes. Back to third. There goes Myers giving the signal to Mossman saying, please push me. The two guys ahead of us are all alone. If we work together, we can catch them. But it's a magic kart train of A.J. Myers, Mossman, Formao, Rivera. Formao lay on the brakes. Oh, my God. And Formao giving the apology hand there to A.J. Myers. I don't know if A.J.'s going to be too happy with him, though. And he's going to close the door now on A.J. Myers. So Formao, defense turned offense. It was a 2-for-1 as we're 3 wide now into turn 10. Connor Ferris and Henry Wheeler going at it there, and I think that's Finn Bailiff as well. Danny Formao was giving the apology hand to A.J. Myers for a couple corners there. We'll see what race stewards have to feel about that. As Rivera to the inside, he was the one that got pushed wide by Danny Formao with the late move.
Yeah, it seems like Danny Formao was trying to let A.J. Myers back past, but it seems like A.J. Myers got caught up there on him behind. It seems like another move down further on back. I think that's if I'm not mistaken, that's Rivera losing spots there further on behind. But Dalton Haynes here at the moment starting to catch up to Brandon Lemke. Dalton Haynes starting to make up time to Brandon Lemke. And as we see it now, Dalton Haynes is getting closer and closer as the laps go by. Dalton Haynes last time by was 2/10 faster than Brandon Lemke, as we have a couple of side-by-side action here between the Tony Kart, and I believe that was Rivera as well. And Dalton Haynes now starting to make up time. He's getting the draft. That barrier seems like it was pushed out a little bit. And a move down the inside by one of the Speed Concepts drivers further on back.
Yeah,
Not quite sure who that was.
Austin Garrison. Garrison with a great move on Braden Robertson and Noah Baker. So move Garrison into the top 10. Not the qualifying he would have wanted, but he's making amends for it. The Speed Concepts driver, been one of the fastest all year long. As we see a move there for Formal on Mossman, and then Wheeler got the curb a little bit there trying to catch Myers, and that's going to, he's going to lose a spot now to Ferris. So instead of moving up a spot, he lost a spot. So now Henry Wheeler back outside the top 5. He's in P7 now. Back up front, though, it's Formal and Mossman working together, and it's Dalton Haynes, who's on the bumper now of Brandon Lemke, your leader.
Yeah, and Dalton Haynes has made up so much time, and Brandon Lemke knows it. Brandon Lemke's starting to hop in that seat as he sees that 303 of Dalton Haynes and that Kart Republic right behind him. Dalton Haynes has been quick all weekend, and Dalton Haynes, they are now in the 50.5, both of them in that same time range, as Dalton Haynes is now trying to catch Brandon Lemke. And you were saying before, Alex, Danny Formal and Frankie Mossman together. I wouldn't say that's too much working together. I think that's just Danny Formal trying to get past Frankie Mossman, as they have gotten together here a couple times in this race.
Yeah, but now Mossman and Formal have hooked up here. They're 3rd and 4th, and they're working together. They're trying to catch up to the leaders. There's no threat behind them. AJ Myers over a second back from Mossman, so there's no threat for 4th. So Formal and Mossman 3rd and 4th, and Haynes and Lemke working together. It is duo racing here for KA Senior Groups B versus C. Dalton Haynes, the last 3 laps, a 10th quicker than Lemke every single time. Last time by, 1/10 faster. Lemke looks over his shoulder. I suspect another 10th taken out of it this time by. Dalton Haynes is within striking distance of Lemke. Cross the line here. Dalton Haynes a little bit slower than Lemke now, only 8,000 slower, but through turn 1 and through turn 2, Dalton Haynes is closing up to Brandon Lemke, up the hill and exiting turn 3. Down the hill, Haynes has a run. Does he make a move into 4? No, he doesn't, but he's on the bumper now of Brandon Lemke. There's nothing in it with 3.5 to go.
Yeah, what a drive here so far by Dalton Haynes in that 303. And Brandon Lemke has been absolutely class, keeping it together, hasn't made any mistakes here, and he's still pulling away in some of the corners. I'm thinking there's a little bit of a gearing difference here in between these two, but Dalton Haynes has been super quick. He's still in the drafting range. It seems like he hasn't been able to close down completely to Brandon Lemke here at the moment. But further on back, Danny Formal, Frankie Mossman, and AJ Myers stay 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But further on ahead, Dalton Haynes and Brandon Lemke, as we see Lemke pull away a little bit now, as Brandon Lemke goes a 10th faster now at the moment than Dalton Haynes here. And Dalton Haynes is really going to have to start putting his foot on the gas to try to catch right back up to to Brandon Lemke here, Alex.
Yeah, Dalton Haynes, like you said, Caleb, I believe there is a bit of a gear difference there, as we see late move there from the FA Kart of Adam Brickley. So Brickley now to the inside of Ferris. He's going to make it sick and move Brickley up into P6. He's been one of the fastest carts all race long, so good run for Adam Brickley, who's made the move stick, and now he's going to try to close the gap on AJ Myers. But like we were saying with Haynes and Lemke there, the gear difference, it looks to me that Lemke might have a bit of a higher gear, should I say. So through the corners, you see the exits that Lemke's able to get. It's much better than Haynes. Haynes' strong suit is exiting turn 1 because they're flat out all the way up to turn 4. So you see exiting this corner right here, watch the run Haynes get. Besides the fact that he uses all the racetrack on the exit there, Haynes going to get a good run through turn 1 here, and then exiting turn 1 and through turn 2, he's going to be able to get a good run up the hill here. He must have at least 1 tooth difference in Lemke, because exiting 3 and going down the hill, he's able to close the gap tremendously to Lemke there.
Yeah, now it just shows you have way more experience than me, because I thought it was the exact opposite. I thought Dalton Haynes was on the higher gear because I thought he was lacking on the straights, but it seems like you're right here, and Dalton Haynes is losing out a little bit here. He is super quick on the straights, but it seems like at the moment Brandon Lemke is really just pushing the cart out on the corner. Seems like he has much better exits through the slow speeds, and yeah, Brandon Lemke, and as I believe that's Frankie Mossman here ahead of AJ Myers, if I'm not mistaken. I think AJ Myers just closed down the gap to Frankie Mossman here. I don't know if we can look on a little bit.
Yeah, AJ Myers has closed the gap tremendously on Frankie Mossman. It was half a second. It's much less than that now. Frankie Mossman is going to have to hold on for dear life to finish in P4 here. White flag in the air. AJ Myers around the outside in turn 1. That's going to be really difficult to do. Mossman's going to hold off here. Oh, here we go. Crossover incoming for AJ Myers. Mossman to the bottom. AJ Myers. And here comes Adam Brickley. Brickley getting put all the way to the dirt by AJ Myers. Mossman's going to hold on. Goes a little bit wide here. Side-by-side contact with Myers. Myers up the hill towards turn 5 and turn 6. How did he do that? AJ Myers now to P4.
AJ Myers, what a move by him. It just shows the class that he brings to this. He's obviously had much more experience than the younger guys on behind. And now Frankie Mossman down the inside of AJ Myers. They made a little bit of a contact there, and AJ Myers gets pushed all the way out to the dirt. And I think that's one of the Fernando Alonso karts who's trying to make a move now on Frankie Mossman as well. And I think Bailiff is in there as well. This is the last lap. Brandon Lemke is going to take the win here in heat number 1, and that's Frankie Mossman. There's chaos all the way back. Frankie Mossman and that FA kart side by side. Frankie Mossman gets it done, and AJ Myers finishes right behind them.
Wow, what a race here in KA Senior Groups B versus C. Brandon Lemke and Dalton Haynes giving each other the thumbs up there. They, didn't really have to work together. They were both the class of the field in this race, P1 and P2 respectively for Lemke and Haynes. Danny Formal, what an impressive showing from him. One of the fastest karts on the entire racetrack. He went up 50.4. The only guy faster than him, Adam Brickley, who was in 5th, but Frankie Mossman in 4th, Adam Brickley 5th. AJ Myers, who had a bit of a comeback drive there after Formal kind of put him a little bit wide there to finish 6th. Connor Ferris 7th, Henry Wheeler 8th. Hayden Jones drove through the field to finish 9th, and Austin Garrison on the Speed Concepts Racing OTK. Not really the pace we would have expected of Austin Garrison, but he finishes in P10. And Anthony Rivera, after getting pushed wide early on in the race, comeback drive to finish P11. When we come back, though, we're going to get ready to go IAME Mini Swift Racing. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to IAME Grands here at Trackhouse Motorplex. My name is Caleb Vieska, and alongside me here in the booth, we have Alexander Suro. Alex, we've seen a handful of racing here today, and it has been absolutely amazing all the way through. Now we are set to go green here for IAME Mini Swift. Alex, what are you thinking about today? How's it been?
It's been exciting so far. I mean, every single qualifying session, even the first couple of heats have been just nail-biting stuff here. You'd think they're racing for, you'd think the 5K is on the line for the heat race, but it's not. They're just racing to get into the shootout for some of these guys. But here for the IAME Mini Swift class, we're going to have Maverick White on the Magic Kart USA Mini Swift chassis go-kart there, rolling off in P1. It's going to be Bowen Green, P2. Ashton Woon, your winner of last year's event, in P3. Cameron Marsha, P4. The surprise, I think, was Lucas Palacio and Pettit, P5, P6. You know, still a respective showing there. They're only a 10th off pole position, but the TKG Car Public drivers of Palacio and Pettit have been the two fastest drivers. Yep. The last couple events we've been to here for Mini Swift here, Palacio and Pettit, I expect them to work together like they've done all year long. So this should be a really, really solid showing for Mini Swift class. Troy Ferguson and Marco Romero, P7 and P8, they were also only about a 10th off. I think it was about less than a 10th in the top 7 for Mini Swift, if I remember correctly there. So I expect a really, really good race here for Mini Swift, Caleb.
Yeah, of course. And as you were saying, Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit have been the absolute class of the Mini Swift field all year long. And whatever national event they go to, you always hear the name Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit. We have seen them finish first and second in many races here. And you're not surprised to see them in the top 5 here either. I'm really going to be interested to see how Lucas Palacio can work his way up the field, as they are a couple of faster guys as well. Maverick White, we've heard his name a couple of times here in the national scene as well, and he is now on the pole position here at the moment. Bowen Green right next to him, Ashton Woon up there as well. Cameron Marsha in the P4, Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit round up the top 6, and it's all going to be exciting here, Alex, as we are set to take the green.
Yeah, rounding the final corner here now. Maverick White leading the Mini Swift drivers to the green here. They're in the tram lines. They're going pretty quick here across the start-finish line to see if we get the green flag in the air. We do. Green's in the air. Who's going to get the jump here? It's Maverick White, followed by Ashton Wood, and one car up and over there. Oh, no, I believe that might have been Luke Gilio. Oh, man, yellow flags are in the air here. Let's hope that driver is okay.
Something you do not want to see, obviously, when we come to a race this weekend. We hope that driver is okay, as that was a really, really big moment he had there. I think he's given the thumbs up. I think he may be okay. So, yeah, very, very unfortunate for these guys. I think he may be all right, but that was a big, big incident that we've had here early on in this race, as we are going to take the red flag here early on in this race. Obviously, whenever you come to a slow corner like that, you are expecting to see a couple of incidents, but hopefully that driver is okay here at the moment. Doesn't really matter how the field has spread out, as I think we are going to restart here this Mini Swift race, but all that matters now is that driver is okay, and I believe he is on his feet at the moment, so definitely good to see. I think he's given the thumbs up. He may be all right, so definitely good to see for him.
Yeah, Luke, I believe that might have been Luke Gilio there, up on his feet. It's what you want to see there from the drivers there, especially when you go up and over like that. Never what you want to see. If you ever see the underside of a go-kart, it's not a very good incident, right? So good to see that driver up and okay. And red flag in the air right now. You see all the drivers on your screen are now getting together and just talking about maybe what they saw here. But because the red flag happened so soon, I suspect we're going to have a full race restart when we get back underway. Yeah. That being said, though, we're gonna go quiet here for a little bit as the red flag continues.
Well, the engines have fired back on as we did not get a full lap at speed underway here in Mini Swift's opening heat race on the weekend. So we're going to send them around here on one full out lap before we slow them back down again. Update as we get it will be on a further medical update on the driver that was getting evaluated for the incident here on the first lap. When we do get that intel, we will let you guys know. For now, though, we get set to go racing officially, a complete restart. So Maverick White gets a complete mulligan here, Alex, to lead the field back to green.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Maverick White gets to do a complete restart here. I mean, he got a good start, though, when the red flag came out. He was up in the P1. Ashton Woon followed him through in a P2, so it wasn't really the start the outside lane would have wanted there with Bowen Green and Cameron Marshall leading them in the outside of row 1 and outside of row 2. So the outside didn't go before that red flag there, so they're probably happy to get another jab at it here. But Maverick White, once again, on the Magic Kart USA Mini Swift chassis there, leading them through the final corner and to the green flag coming up here in the tram line, Xander.
Yeah, here they come. A little bit fast for Maverick in the field. That might be a little bit too fast as they cross the stripe. No green, way too early and antsy to get things back going, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when a red flag comes out. All the nerves, they settle, right, as you get out there. The engines start firing, and then the red flag comes out. You got to be able to restart, reset your mind. The green flag, you didn't get a full lap in, so it's a complete restart. And you got to be able to just calm your nerves down once again. All the kids were bunched up, probably talking, having a bit of fun there in the turn 8 hairpin, but now it's time to go racing again. And I think what we just saw there is a result of maybe the nerves not being fully settled. So let's see if we can get another shot at it here. They look to be much more calm this time around.
Yeah, definitely looking to be a little bit better this time around. As we come out of turn number 9, let's see him line up again. For those of you that are just now joining in, again, it's Maverick White in his first career National Pole Award on the inside in the number 30 Magic Kart, that blue, white, and orange machine. To the outside, the blue and yellow Timmy Tech comp cart of Bowen Green. Row 3, the 195 Super Tune USA Paralyn of Ashton Woon on the inside. To the outside, the number 114 Marsha Motorsports Nitro Kart of Cameron Marsha. This one is fast as well. It should be enough to get the green, though. And it is. We're racing down through turn number 1. Another quick start for Maverick White, but this time it does get the launch. And up the hill we go. Him and Bowen Green able to get away early with a nice 1-2 single file all the way back to 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Bowen Green this time around able to hold the outside and hold on a P2 there. Ashton Wood still in a P3. Palacio with a good start to get up to P4 there. And Marsha slots himself into 5th. Travis Pettit falling back to where he started in the P6 there. So Pettit, his goal is going to be to get behind his teammate there, Palacio. See Palacio peeking a nose. Yes, he goes. There he goes to Lucas Palacio to P3, and Cameron Marsha going to follow him through. So now that's Ashton Woon from 3rd to 5th in a corner.
Yeah, Lucas Palacio has already picked up 2 spots here on the lap. Got around Marsha into through turn number 3 and off the start. He gets himself to 3rd now as we climb the hill. Woon defends a little bit from Travis Pettit. No change through 11. Will come down the front stretch, though. Pettit over and unders him. Pass coming for P5. Travis Pettit wants it. He'll take it in turn number 1. Travis Pettit moves up the leaderboard now, and then Ashton Woon drops in back behind. Down the back straightaway, look at this, side by side. Palacio's going to keep climbing to the inside and clear on Bowen Green. He'll go through and bring Marsha with him as well. It is now Maverick White, Palacio, Marsha, then Green, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It looks to me like Cameron Marsha and Pettit have swapped spots. I mean, because we're used to seeing Travis Pettit push Palacio, but right now we're seeing Cameron Marsha push him as Palacio once again. That cart is absolutely flying right now. Palacio to the lead. He's going from 3rd to 1st in 1 lap, and here comes Bowen Green on the comp cart, holding the outside on Cameron Marsha. Marsha to the inside here on the double right-hander. They're going to have a little bit of contact here, side by side through the final couple corners here. Bowen Green's going to hold off, but here comes Marsha to the inside. Late move there. What a move from Cameron Marsha. Now side by side further back, Travis Pettit has found himself in a P4.
Travis Pettit going through. They're going to go nearly 3 wide for a moment into turn number 1. That's one of the Bennetts, Troy Ferguson, the Californian. Looking low, doesn't go. Now Ashton Woon up the hill trying to go side by side. Meanwhile, all of that group fanning out behind allows the next group to get further up the road as a big block thrown from Benja Fernandez to Royce Vega into 4.
Yeah, what a late block there from Benja Fernandez. That is borderline for the race control there to look at maybe later on. Back up front, though, Cameron Marsha is holding off Bowen Green. Out front, Lucas Palacio extending his advantage just a little bit here. But like we've seen in the lower horsepower classes, as a late move there from Marco Romero on, I believe, Ashton Woons. A good run so far for Marco Romero on the Bennett go-kart. He's found himself into the top 6 now, so good run for Marco. But like I was saying, with the lower horsepower classes, really hard to pull away. And here comes Cameron Marsha back up to the bumper now of Lucas Palacio on board the TKG Car Republic. Marsha looks back, sees there's not much of a threat so far from Bowen Green on the comp cart here through turn 2 and up to turn 3 now. Are we going to see him move going downhill towards turn 4, Xander?
Let's see it down the backstretch. Marsha's already nosing low. He has the inside. He'll get clear as Bowen Green had to really back out of it and bail into the corner. He drops behind Travis Pettit into 4th, but Cameron Marsha leads the way through turn number 6 for the first time here in the heat race as Palacio and Pettit find themselves together. They're going to work together into the hairpin, and Lucas Palacio will go back through to the lead.
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought the opening couple of laps here is probably what these drivers would have wanted, right? You split up Lucas Palacio and Pettit. Those two have been the quickest drivers in Mini Swift all year long, but you found them split up a few karts apart, and they were probably, rubbing their hands together a little bit, but somehow Travis Pettit has found his teammate once again, 1 and 2, and Pettit gave Palacio the signal to keep going. This is deja vu from what we've seen, really all year long, especially last week in Pittsburgh.
They'll climb the hill again here. Look at those two, how locked in they are. Down the backstretch, Travis Pettit still pushing on Palacio. Marsha trying to stay close. Green as well. It was not a good exit for Troy Ferguson there in the 5th spot. He fell back a little bit. As for your update on your pole, man, well, a deep backward slide for Maverick White all the way down to 13th by the end of that lap. So what was such an impressive qualifying has not been followed up with the ideal heat race here for Maverick White. He's way back. Meanwhile, here's a look at that second group. That is Marco Romero in the blue and orange Bennick, followed by Ashton Woon, and as well, Marco Salmon on the BJR MDR LN kart. Top 5 have broken about a second away from this group of 3. As we come across the line, we'll see 8 laps to go here, moving towards the halfway marker in the IAME Swift's opening heat race.
Yeah, Bowen Green last time by goes purple to 53.688. Marco Romero, like you said, leading that second group of Ashton Woon and Marco Salmon. Woon, coming off of a victory from last year at the same event. Here goes Travis Pettit to the point there, passes Palacio. Palacio from 1st to 3rd now, and the more these guys race for this top 5, that group from 6th through 8th will catch up inevitably, right? Here comes Travis Pettit leading them down towards turn 7 and turn 8. Does Cameron Marsh have anything for him in the hairpin? Pettit goes super defensive. This is going to bring the group back in the mix. And Palacio, wow, what a late lunge on Marsha. Brings Bowen Green with him, and maybe even Troy Ferguson. Oh, what a late lunge there from Troy Ferguson. How did he split the double there from 5th to 3rd? And now side by side between the two TKG teammates. Palacio now to the lead somehow.
Yeah, Palacio leads them out of turn number 11, but now here comes the rest of the field. Welcome to the party, Marco Romero, Ashton Woon and company. It's a second and a half back to the 8th position, and 9th and 10th are on the way as well. Palacio still doing everything he can to stay in the lead. Cameron Marsha, the biggest loser right now, as he sits outside the top 5 and 6 through turn number 4, and was already nosing a little bit down the inside of Romero to try and get by him. No dice. Through turns 5 and 6, Palacio and Pettit keeping everybody at bay, but more and more karts are piling into this lead group here, Alex.
Yeah, somehow the harder they race, still Palacio and Pettit find themselves 1st and 2nd. But here comes Troy Ferguson on the Bennick. He's the biggest mover so far in this race. Bowen Green back into 4th, but still in the mix. And Marco Romero has been one of the fastest go-karts all race long. The fastest guy on the racetrack last time by was Marco Romero on board the Bennick, trying to get up to his teammate there in Troy Ferguson in 3rd. Marco Romero has the help now of Cameron Marsha, who's going to hopefully try to push him up to the front, or at least to Marco Romero's hope. And there he is, Marco Romero catching up now to the bumper of Bowen Green. We're going to have a 6, maybe even 8 kart breakaway in Mini Swift, especially if they keep racing with 5.5 to go.
Yeah, again, 9th and 10th, they were gaining there for a moment. That was the likes of the Bennix of Royce Vega and then the Alonso car to Benja Fernandez. As this field got single-filed, even for just a lap and a half, it massively changed, and that gap opened back up to 9th and 10th again. And this is all coming down to the leaders staying single file, but look at this, Palacio defending on Travis Pettit. Pettit almost put his hand in the air saying, what are we doing here this early in the race to be defending like that? But out of turn number 9, Lucas Palacio will lead them up the hill with now only a car length from Travis Pettit.
back to Troy Ferguson, who, by the way, has been the most silent in this race. He has cut a driver up the order almost every 3 laps or so. He's third, a car length back, and with a good run, Troy Ferguson might be able to get himself into the lead. 5 to go as they head down the backstretch. Let's see, anyone ducking out of line? Marsha was looking. Ferguson looks as well, but more so defense from Bowen Green.
Yeah, Ferguson defending there from Bowen Green. That's going to bring Marco Romero and Cameron Marsha back into play here. Last time by, Marsha goes purple, and Romero also really quick. The 2 drivers in the 53.6s are Cameron Marsha and Marco Romero, the 2 fastest drivers on the entire racetrack right now, 5th and 6th, all over the bumper of the CompCon driver of Bowen Green. Back up front, Lucas Palacio and Pettit extending their advantage just a little bit over Troy Ferguson on board the Bannock. Ferguson now, instead of worrying about the drivers in front of him, is going to have to start worrying about Bowen Green on board the comp cart, because Bowen Green is going to realize those leaders are pulling away, and he's going to have to get around them soon.
Yeah, he is knowing that there is, only one way forward, right, or really 2 ways. One of them is going to be better than the other. That's if they stay as they are right now, if Troy Ferguson hits his marks, and then they catch him that way, or if he goes by Troy thinking he's a little better, and maybe Troy can push him forward. But he's got to make that decision and live with it, as again Cameron Marsha tries to go low on Marco Romero, and again gets the door slammed shut. That was closer than he was a couple laps ago, though. They are tightening up here from 5th and 6th towards the top 4, but nobody's able to burst that about car length bubble back from Travis Pettit, as that's a testament to the job that he is doing. That Northeastern kid is really keeping it tough for anyone to challenge for second.
Yeah, I mean, Travis Pettit, this is kind of been his job all year long, right? Sit in second, push Lucas Palacio, and then maybe race with about a lap or 2 to go there. That's why Pettit was so confused when Palacio defended for him, as you see finally Cameron Marsha making it stick on Marco Romero, but they're gonna both lose ground now. I don't know if I agree with that move there into the turn 11 final corner there, because they both lost ground, and actually it really made it easier for the guys like Ashton Wood and Marco Samet to close the gap on them. So instead of making the gap closer to 4th, now they're making it a 4-cart race for 5th. Back up front though, like you said with Pettit, making it super difficult for the likes of Troy Ferguson and Bowen Green to make anything happen. But Troy Ferguson last time by, a 53.5. He goes purple.
Yeah, that was a good lap from Troy. Bowen Green sticking to his bumper like glue as they go to the hairpin. It'll be 2 to go this time. As long as they're close, they know that the battle will open up. But now, look at the run from Cam Bam. Cameron Marsha to the inside for 4th as Ferguson got tripped up and ricocheted backward into Bowen Green. Marsha picks up the pieces. He splits them apart. And now, Travis Pettit, Lucas Palacio with the best position they've been in all heat race, it feels like. 3rd place is disconnected. The battle is on further back. They've got themselves 2 car lengths to play with going up the hill to turn 3.
Yeah, 2 car lengths to play with 2 to go here. They have a bit of breathing room now, exiting 4 and down the hill here. Troy Ferguson has to go defensive now. He's worrying more about Cameron Marsha than the drivers ahead of him. So Ferguson, super defensive into turn 4, holds on to 3rd place there. But that defensive driving has brought Cameron Marsha and Bowen Green right back into the mix here. But like you said with Pettit and Palacio, this is a bit of breathing room for them. It looks to be a 2-cart race for this win with 1.5 laps to go. Entering the turn 8 hairpin, any move to the inside. Troy Ferguson going ultra defensive, and Bowen Green now makes a move on Marsha. So the comp car driver up into 4th, Marsha down to 5th, and here comes Marco Romero and the rest of the group.
Yeah, he'll get through in turn 8, up the hill, coming to the white flag. Look at the gap already. It'll be a 2-man duel for this one, while this group of 6 battles from 3rd on back. White flag in the air. They're going to fan out low down to turn 1. Bowen Green low. Marsha goes high, low, and behind them, Marco Samet gets around Ashton Woon. But down the back straightaway, here's a look, Alex, as they come down. Does Palacio defend it all? I don't think he will.
Yeah, I mean, this is only the first heat. These guys are, also battling to make it into the Fast 5 shootout later today. These are 2 teammates that just want to keep it clean. Points matter, right? For the first 3 heats, they just want to make it a 1-2 for their starting position in the final on Sunday, later this afternoon, on Sunday. But Palacio going defensive on his teammate there in turn 8. So to answer our question, they will race a little bit, Xander.
Yeah, just a bit. Final time, turn 9. Look at the move. Pettit catches him off guard. Palacio tries to get back there. They're going to bang tires. Here comes into the mix Troy Ferguson. Late run. Goes high. Goes low below Palacio. He's going to run wide out of the final turn, though. Pettit will get him. He'll almost get Palacio as they drive down to the inside at the line. That was a wild finish, and Troy Ferguson just about spoiled that Trinity Karting Group party.
Wow, Travis Pettit made that exciting there. into turn 9 and 10. Got to the inside of Palacio. Palacio with a good crossover, but got the curb a little bit there. I wonder if they're going to get a bit of a talking to by Sean Bailiff when they get in the pits here, because I'm sure that was a bit of a nerve-wracking there for the team owner of TKG Car Republic, but still 1-2 finish for Trinity Karting, but barely as Troy Ferguson joined the mix there at the end.
Well, a good race for all of them up at the front here. And for those of you watching along, again, we do apologize about the lack of timing and scoring. Orbit still trying to get the updates to get that up for everyone in the paddock, including the race control system. For your top 10, it's Lucas Palacio, Travis Pettit, Troy Ferguson, Marco Romero, Cameron Marcia in 5th. Bowen Green and Marco Samet ended 6th and 7th. Woon, Vega, and Junior Lewis, your top 10. That wraps up the IAME Swifts. X30 Junior will go up next, and then X30 Pro will wrap up the heat racing action. Then it'll be time for the night show with 3 Fast 5 shootouts, and then the KA100 shootout as well. Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex for the IAME Juniors opening heat race on the weekend. Stephen Miller and Jackson Wolney will make up row number 1 as the field rockets its way down the front stretch. Underpowered already with Teddy Musella locked in. Bad start further back, and there will be no green on attempt first time by. Alex, let's go ahead and give them the leaderboard and lineup of how they'll start heat number 1.
Yeah, this time around here, IAME Junior, it's going to be Stephen Miller on the DAP cart. He's got a new cart for this weekend, so Stephen Miller feeling pretty confident. He told me before the race, he's just happy to have a new cart finally. Stephen Miller in P1. Jackson Wolney, it's a tale of two halves, right? KA Junior didn't qualify in this in IAME Junior P2. Teddy Musella's teammate P3. Carter McMurray on the comp car in 4th. Enzo Vinmontien, a good solid showing at KA Junior. Another one here in IAME Junior P5. Nathan Dupuy and Ernesto Rivera 6th and 7th. Keelan Harvick on the RPG in P8. Wesley Gunler and Davin Roberts rounding out your row 5. Weldon and Sarah Bradley P11, P12. Jace Gassioli and David Ramirez row 7. Lucas Bruncati and Mateo Pappas in row 8. As we see on your screen here in the tram line, Stephen Miller and Jackson Wolney leading them to the green flag here, slow and steady. Let's see who's going to get the start here. Stephen Miller accelerating slowly here, waiting to get the green flag, and we do. Stephen Miller with a solid start there. Musella right behind him, going to try to push him through here. Wow, around the outside goes Jackson Wolney. He's going to hold on to his teammate there in P2. There goes Carter McMurray on the comp cart around the outside of Teddy Musella, not going to make it stick. And now in Miller all the way to the bottom of the racetrack to hold on to the lead.
Yeah, through the bowl this time here, side by side of really not too many spots, to be honest. They're battling further back, but this field played pretty nice in those opening couple of corners to get single file. Miller leads the way to the hairpin for the first time. Do we see any dives? Most are going to cover it off. Couple drivers fading high, but it is all nose to tail through the top 8 or so. Stephen Miller's red and yellow DAP kart going to rocket out of the double right at turn 9 and take him up the hill to 11. We'll put one lap in the books. Not going to be the leader, though. Jackson Wolney wants to lead the opening lap, and he does with a slick pass.
Yeah, an opportunistic move there from Jackson Wolney. Miller went defensive, thought better of it, and then Wolney said, all right, I'll take the lead then. So now the RPG driver to the point there. It's Wolney, Stephen Miller, and then Wolney's teammate Musella in third. And then it's followed by Carter McMurray and I believe Enzo Vidmontien, who's now going defensive on what is Ernesto Rivera now, who didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted, considering the pace that he showed in happy hour and the practices yesterday. But Ernesto Rivera in P6. Back out front, it's Jackson Wolney. Stephen Miller all over his tail. Are we going to see a move into turn 8? No, we don't, but we see it from McMurray. McMurray to P3, or Enzo Vidmontien. Opportunistic move on Musella, and then there goes Rivera. So Musella from 3rd to 6th in turn 8.
Teddy Musella doing a good job to at least get up a little bit more. Meanwhile, Stephen Miller all over Jackson Wolney as they come out of the final turn. Let's go side by side here, still early on in this 15-lap heat race. 13 laps to go to pit lane with Caleb Viesca as he's caught up with our X30 pole sitter, Joe Turney, who's hot off what was probably one of the rougher heat races he's seen all season in KA Senior. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Obviously, Joe, Xander said it himself, man. Obviously not the first KA heat that you would have wanted. Just walk me through what happened there.
Yeah, it was rough. I mean, I probably wasn't ready for that kind of race, but went back a few spots, so yeah, it's tough. But just got to do the job in X30 now.
Yeah, obviously, like you were saying, got to do the job here. You took the pole in qualifying. How are you feeling coming into this race?
Yeah, pretty good. We've been improving. We started. I've never been here, so we didn't get too many sessions on this layout yesterday with the rain. But no, we feel pretty good in the X30.
Sounds good. And obviously, lastly, this is one of the biggest events that we see here in the States all year long. How is this compared to anything else that you've been to? Obviously, you're over across the pond in Europe. How does this compare to that?
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's strange. We do 3 different layouts here over the week, so it's tough. It's hard for everyone. It's hot here, and running 2 classes is hard, but it's good fun.
Sounds good, Joe. Best of luck.
Thank you.
There you go from Joe Turney, now having a good understanding of what everyone is racing like when it comes to this one-off all-star race that is the IAME USA Grand National Championship at Trackhouse Motorplex. Talking about going for it. How about it for Carter McMurray? Get you some in that Timmy Tech blue and yellow comp kart. One of the many drivers like Stephen Miller pulling double duty, going for that $5,000 main event sweep bonus. He leads the field now out of turn 11 for lap number 4.
I mean, it may be his first X30 race of the year, but you couldn't tell me so, because Carter McMurray looking like a seasoned veteran in the X30 class, leading them across the stripe there after 4 laps against a guy who's been, one of the fastest drivers in X30 Junior all year long. McMurray on board the comp kart, leading the DAP kart driver, Stephen Miller, through turn 4. Musella getting a bit of curb there, pushing Enzo Vidmontien wide, and now Weldon's getting on the mix. So here comes Oliver Weldon, who's back, I believe, in P7 there, and looking a little further down. Fastest driver on the track is, Jackson Wolney drops a tire. He's going to have dirt in his tires. He's going to go to defensive on his teammate now into turn 8. Wolney's going to hold on, but here comes Oliver Weldon on the Lando Norris kart. What a run from Oliver Weldon, a 2-for-1 special. Oliver Weldon to 5th.
Yeah, Oliver Weldon, that was a nice move. My goodness. Going up the hill now as they have changed the order completely in that second group. Let's see, with all that shuffling, how big's the gap at the line? It's about 7/10 from Ernesto Rivera back to Jackson Wolney. So they've got work to do now. The good news is these heat races are especially long. These are the length of pre-finals and really the length of some of the club race main events. So there's a lot of time for even this. Up at the front, Stephen Miller going through, is into the wall. Oh, Oliver Weldon nosedives the outside retaining wall in turn number 4 as the field went by for the lead. This pack is still racing hard. Wolney going at it with Enzo Vidmontien. There's Keelan Harvick in the mix. Davin Roberts along with Wesley Gunler. And now we're 1 driver short.
Yeah, tough break for Oliver Weldon. I mean, the commentator curse couldn't be more clear there as we were just talking about him, and now he's in the outside walls. Ernesto Rivera, late move into the final corner. He's going to make it stick, so move Ernesto now to P2. And look who it is, a 1-2. Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera, the 2 guys that have been going at it all year long. A bit of a rivalry has brewed between these 2.
Well, while we continue to talk to more X30 Pros getting set to go, the yellow flag waves, so no passing in turn 4 for the X30 Juniors. Well, the X30 shootout's not tonight. The fan vote has already started for tomorrow, and the current most popular driver is ADT. Alessandro Tullio leads the fan vote to get in. He's trying to race his way into the X30 shootout tomorrow evening. Let's see what he has to say before heat number 1, Caleb.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Obviously, ADT, one of the most popular guys out here. How does that feel?
Yeah, thanks to everyone who's been voting for me and supporting me. Yeah, I really appreciate it, and hopefully we could keep it that way until tomorrow night, just in case anything goes wrong.
Sounds good. Obviously, speaking about going wrong, let's talk about your qualifying here a little bit. Clip the barrier there in the final turn. I was talking to you a little bit. I think you just sent it a little too hard from what you were telling me. Just walk us through what happened.
Yeah, the barrier just appeared there. I mean, no, I'm kidding. Yeah, I sent it a bit too hard. It was a good lap, so I just pushed a bit over the limit and, yeah, hit the barrier. Some damage to the car, but thanks to the team, we got it fixed. So, yeah, let's see what we could do in this heat now.
Sounds good. Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
There you go from Alessandro Tullio. The barrier just appeared there. No, in all seriousness, Alessandro Tullio is one of those drivers known for finding the absolute edge of the limit. You can see it all the way back in his junior days right here. He was at every inch of the racetrack, and sometimes when you go to the limit, you go a little bit over it, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've had that same thing happen to me in that same exact corner. That barrier can just appear out of nowhere, it seems like, and looks to me like they just kind of got rid of it now because there is no barrier there in exit of turn 11 anymore, so don't have to worry about that this time around, ADT.
As the field heads towards the back section, 7 laps to go, just past halfway, continuing to roll in X30 Junior, and you can see the officials making some barrier readjustments after the contact with Oliver Weldon slamming the wall. At the moment, it is Ernesto Rivera on that purple and pink RPG Cosmic that leads Stephen Miller into the hairpin right now. Behind him, Carter McMurray. In the blue and yellow Timmy Tech Comp Kart is 3rd. 4th is Teddy Musella's RPG Cosmic, and 5th is Enzo Vidmontien on that Motaz Sport Kart Republic. A couple car lengths away, and the all-white and orange machine. Here he comes down the front stretch. Vidmontien back down to the X30 Junior class for a little bit. Talked to him earlier on the grid yesterday during practice. I said, well, are you excited to be back driving something super fast again? He said, oh, yeah, I've missed this thing. Well, he looks good right now inside the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked good in both classes, really. He's shown tremendous pace in KA and X30, top 5 in both. It's a pretty hard class to do that in, so, I mean, for him to be back in the X30 for the first time in quite some time that we've seen Vidmontien, a top 5 is pretty good, and the pace seems to be pretty good, a 49.2, matching your leaders last time by. The top 5, all in the 49.2s except for McMurray there, but Teddy Musella last time by goes purple. He's turned up the wick just a little bit. He's closed the gap on the comp car driver of Carter McMurray. Back up front is Miller trying to catch up to Ernesto Rivera, who like I was saying earlier before we cut to the interview, these two have had fireworks all year long. It seems as though every single weekend there's contact at some point throughout the weekend. Let's see if they can clean it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's been the storyline. I'll give them credit. The last few months has been a little bit less than fireworks between the two of them specifically. As behind, Musella with a nice move. He'll slide through to the inside for 3rd on Carter McMurray. Teddy Musella, fastest driver on the racetrack right now, continuing to climb forward. He'll close the gap to Miller and try to get up to his RPG teammate in Rivera. But in the credit to these two, again, it's easy to have lots of run-ins when you're constantly finding each other on the racetrack. And these two have been the class of the field this season. Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera, the meter stick for everybody, the ones that everyone's got their stopwatches on when we unload off the trucks on Thursdays and Fridays.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the class of the field every single weekend that we go to in both classes, right? It's super impressive to be fast in one class, but to be fast in KA and X30, race in and race out, it goes to show you the testament of these two drivers on 2 different chassis as well. So, I mean, kudos to the teams as well to constantly put these guys up front. But, I mean, there's Teddy Musella there, proven to be the fastest guy on the racetrack for most of the race, really. 49.1, again, goes purple back-to-back laps. So faster than his teammate out front. Let's see what we can do now that he's gotten around McMurray, and he's all on his lonesome, right? McMurray can't really close the gap on him, and there's a bit of clean air now for Musella. So we're going to really see the pace of that RPG Cosmic.
Yeah, here they go out of turn at number 9. This time by 3 laps to go for the RPG Cosmic of Ernesto Rivera. You can see his teammate Musella's holding even. McMurray has started to fade, and that's a bit of the deal that'll happen with these longer 15-lap heat races. A lot of time to, both let your kart come to you or potentially burn it up a little bit in the opening few laps right now. It spreads the field out, and it makes it a bit more in the driver's hands. With 2.5 laps to go, how aggressive does Stephen Miller want to get? He's been really kind of just taking his time there, back in second on that red and yellow DAP kart.
Yeah, I mean, I expected them to be pretty patient. I mean, there's 3 heat races throughout the weekend before the feature race. It's all a point system, right? So you don't want to have a bad heat to hinder your starting position for the final on Sunday. But they're also racing for the Fast 5, later today. But right now they're both in the mix, and they're both going to most likely have a spot in that race later today, racing for $500. But let's see what happens, right? With 2.5 to go, about to be 2 to go here around the final corner. Here comes Teddy Musella. He's actually been the fastest guy. Look at the lap time he's about to put down here. Teddy Musella goes quicker than the 2 ahead of him. No, Ernesto Rivera goes a little bit quicker, but Musella is right there in the mix if these 2 get into it.
Yeah, he was quicker. You're right, Alex. The last couple laps, that lap just a little bit off. Which was surprising coming to 2 to go, but he's close enough. The moment that Ernesto Rivera goes low to defend, he'll be up there, and we know that battle will start. We know these 2 are not going to be content to lose to the other, even if it is only the opening heat race on the weekend. Here it is right there. That's the first little tidbit of blocking for position. All legal there. It went low, didn't go back up. Now let's see, Stephen Miller. Where do you want to try and set him up to get by? Do you care to get by at this point? Based on what we've seen all year, he does. With a white flag coming out now, anyone's guess who wins it. Rivera is going to take it all the way to the low side into turn 1.
Yeah, here we go. It starts, Xander, to the inside. Ernesto Rivera defends, and again defends up to 3. Here comes a crossover from Miller down the hill towards turn 4. Does Miller have a run? He does. Ernesto to the bottom, to the middle of the racetrack, should I say. Miller's going to follow him through, and now Musella and McMurray and even Vin Montien are back in the mix here. 5-kart train here for IAME Junior win in Heat 1 through turn 5 and 6. Down towards turn 7 in the hairpin. Is he going to go to the bottom of the racetrack? He does. Ernesto all the way to the bottom. Miller around the outside. Ernesto parks it, and now crossover from Musella into turn 9.
Outside, inside, here we go, coming out of the double right-hander. Stephen Miller will not have enough of a run, I don't think. Rivera should be safe, but he opens the door, not close enough. Miller not even going to bonsai it. He'll stay in second. Ernesto Rivera, your Heat 1 winner in X30 Junior. Miller, Musella, McMurray, Vidmonti and the top 5. Wolney in 6 over Harvick, Gunler, Dupuis, and then Sarah Bradley leads a train across the line 10th on back. But X30 Junior wrapped, locked, and loaded. It's time for X30 Pro to hit the racetrack for their very first heat race of the weekend when we come back from Mooresville. Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex. Let's take you through the starting lineup for the IAME X30 Pro Seniors here tonight for heat number 1. The sun begins to set under Mooresville, North Carolina's skyline as Joe Turney, hot off, as mentioned there, a heat race that was one to be forgotten in KA Senior, gets to try and rewrite the end of his day here with an X30 Pro opening heat race from the pole. What a performance as well from the number 9 of Jacob Kolar. The kid from Key West, on only his second full-time senior pro season, has qualified on the outside of the front row. He completes a Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic opening row. Austin Garrison, much like Joe Turney, not really a lot of noise made in the KA Senior class after a rough qualifying for Austin Garrison. The Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver rolls off P3 in X30 Pro. You heard from Alessandro DiTullio, just trying to keep it out of the wall here this time. He knows he's got a fast hot rod. He'll make it 3 Kart Republics inside the top 5 as Paulie Massimino lines up behind him on the inside of row 3 in that BJR MDR LN Kart. To Paulie's outside, the driver he was going head-to-head with in that KA heat, Brent Cruz, will line up to try and go once again top 3 or top 4 in his heat races on the Ryan Berry Motorsport red and white Tony Kart. Then it's Brandon Carr on the inside of row number 4 alongside Nicholas Terlecki. Ryan Norberg, last year's main event and shootout winner, rolls off in the 9th spot. Alongside him, the runner-up from 2022, Justin Ataconis on the BJR MDR LN Kart. As they roll down the start line, it'll be good for attempt number 1. Let's see it. Turn 1, green flag in the air. Joe Turney leads your field up the hill through the S's.
Yeah, I want to start here from Garrison. Has to go over the curbing there into turn 2. He's going to find himself in a P2. Into Tullio up into 3rd, pushes Kolar way wide. He's going to find himself outside the top 5 there as we see Cruz and Carr shoving Kolar out the way, and Kolar's going to fall back to 6th, maybe even 7th place.
Yeah, that was a quick and aggressive move from ADT, but he very quickly caught Jacob Kolar by surprise and washes the sophomore senior driver to the wayside. He's all the way down in the 8th or 9th spot as the Tullio gets around Austin Garrison, and off the bat, the pink and chrome is up to 2nd and right on the bumper of Joe Turney here at the end of the opening lap. He's close enough to dive him into 11. He will not, though. Joe Turney will lead lap number 1 here in X30 Pro.
Yeah, the weekend's just getting started. As you see a move there, ADT to the point. It's a Kart Public 1-2, but it's a different leader than the last time. Joe Turney led last time by Tullio, now to the point here on the Kart Republic. A much better showing so far for Alessandro compared to his debut race, I'd say, in Newcastle.
Yeah, very good stuff for ADT, getting more and more comfortable with the different material, with the different environment. His 3rd different team and 3rd different chassis in 2023. Came off the Parallel USA factory effort to the PSL Karting and Prime Power Team combined Beer Allard effort, and now finds himself aboard a Kart Republic with International Motorsport, a South Florida-based race team. He is their only lead senior driver here this weekend. He's doing a fine job for a guy with no data, no teammates. He leads down the front straightaway with Turney under heavy fire from Garrison for 2nd, and Austin Garrison, the most recent winner on the Pro National Tour, gets by him for P2.
Garrison to 2nd, Turney now falling back to the clutches of Paulie Massimino. Oh, he closes the door as Garrison now to the lead. Garrison catches the Tullio off guard. Now the Tullio falls back to P2. Turney holds off Massimino to turn 4 to hold on to P3. Here comes the RPM driver of Brent Cruz in the 5th. Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Garrison. Uncharacteristic there exiting turn 6. The Tullio takes advantage of that. He's going to go to the lead. Turney's going to try to follow him through. Can't make it 6. So Garrison from 1st to 2nd, back to 2nd.
A very rare mistake from Austin Garrison. Finds himself back down to P2 as DiTullio once again helms the train. Paulie Massimino did not get the best of starts. He's back there as Garrison gets by again in 11. He now leads them into 1. DiTullio going to stay behind. He'll give him another shot to lead. Turney's still there. Massimino is going to need to go or get out of the way. Here comes Brent Cruz on that red and white RPM Tony Kart. Down the back straightaway, Turney's feeling the heat. He'll block low. This pack goes about 9 or 10 deep. Norberg is in it in 7th. Terlecki with his best run so far of the year in 125 power plant competition. He's 6th on that Hotes DD number 388.
Yeah, this pack goes all the way down to Brandon Carr's. Oh, a late move from Joe Turney on to Tullio, his Kart Republic teammate, should I say.
Oh, big contact further back. Norberg and Brent Cruz collide out of turn 8. They're both going to lose some spots here.
Oh my God, Ryan Norberg, went for a little bit of a late lunge there and got into it with Cruz. Brandon Carr is going to be the beneficiary of all of this. Brandon Carr was the last guy in this 9-cart train. He's found himself up to the P6 now, and Ryan Norberg now has fallen back outside of the top 10. He is 10th behind Justin Adaconis now.
Ryan Norberg probably suffered some damage from that. I'd be surprised if Brent Cruz didn't either. Both of them really struggling here on this next lap, as now it is Joe Turney trying to lead Alessandro DiTullio up to Austin Garrison. Remember, into the wall. There it is. Ryan Norberg is out of heat number 1 as he slams the outside barrier. Last year's winner is not going to be in the best spot to try and get it done in 2023. And the frustration continues as they climb the hill.
I mean, that shot right there sums up Ryan Norberg's 2023. I mean, pace every single race that he goes to, every track that he goes to, and even when he's fast, he still finds himself out of the race here. Like you said, Xander must have had some damage, should I say, with the contact with Brent Cruz. My guess is probably some sort of tie rod issue. Maybe couldn't turn.
Yeah, you could see him working the wheel through turn 1, and that from there, it was just kind of almost game over. Now, Austin Garrison is getting reeled in bit by Joe Turney. Again, we're only a third of the way into this one, folks. 5 laps complete, 10 to go. Austin Garrison currently leads by 4.5 tenths to Joe Turney on the orange and white Kart Republic. Then it is a fellow KR on the pink and chrome of Alessandro DiTullio, who stuffs him in turn 9, and a slick move by ADT takes back second.
Yeah, and here comes Massimino now looking over his shoulder. He wants to try to make a move on Turney soon. This is looking like deja vu here for Austin Garrison, like it was in Newcastle, right? Just trying to extend his advantage over the drivers behind him here in the X30 Senior class. DiTullio now back to P2, trying to carry his Kart Republic teammate Joe Turney to the lead here, but Massimino and Terlecki is going to have other ideas.
Here comes Turney blocking low from Paulie Massimino. I think at this point, Joe Turney probably doesn't feel like lap by lap he's got the quickest car. He's trying to hang on, clean those tires off, buy himself some time, and maybe hang on. Again, can't say it enough about how impressed I am with the run Nick Terlecki is putting together. He's 5th right now at the end of that train on that green and white and black Holtz driver development Tony Kart. Paulie Massimino in the middle of him as well, having a good run as usual here on home turf, the track he has always run so well at, the only track he's got an X30 Pro national win at in the All-Star Shootout race in 2021. Turney there signals to DiTullio to go forward, and now with the alternate formation, they are once again making up time. 0.5 tenth better than Austin Garrison last time by.
Yeah, and here comes Turney now. I mean, we were saying that Turney may not feel like he has the best go-kart, but maybe he feels so this time by Turney to the inside of DiTullio. Massimino follows him through. So now Joe Turney, the guy who's known for having the lowest tire pressures probably on the entire grid. The kart comes in super late for him every single time with about 7.5 laps to go. Joe Turney feels like it's his turn to be second.
Yeah, here he comes out of turn number 8. Paulie Massimino still right there, who has just been pretty, nonchalant in this heat race thus far. Again, this is second back to 5th. Oh, problems for the back for one of the Sodis. That looks to be Noah Jackson. Is that correct, Alex? In the 376 PK Sports
Noah Jackson.
Sodi kart. Noah Jackson has backed it into the wall in turn number 8. A few more updates further down the field here while they've spread apart. Again, Austin Garrison leads over Turney, Massimino, DiTullio, and Terlecki. Back from them, as mentioned, Brandon Carr evaded the chaos. He is 6th. Adaconis is 7th. A few movers up the grid. Dalton Haynes has climbed to the 8th spot. Kolar rides currently in 9th. Wes Duchek is 10th. Caleb Gaffera is 11th. And Braden Eves is up about 12 spots from 22nd to 24th to P12. Frankie Mossman's also picked up about 7 from the back of the top 20 into 13th.
Yeah, I mean, good run there for a few of those drivers. Like you said, Mossman and Eves making up about 10 or so spots or more since the start of this race. There you see on your screen, that was Brandon Carr, who's had a good run so far this race. Last time by, Joe Turney, 1.5 tenths faster than Austin Garrison. Massimino was 1 tenth faster too. So far, out of the top 5, Garrison was the slowest besides Terlecki. So I expect these next 2 or 3 drivers to get up to Garrison any moment now. Turney has brought Massimino and DiTullio with him.
Yeah, Joe Turney is definitely bringing the cavalry forward. Austin Garrison, to be fair at this point, he's only got 5.5 laps to go. He could try to manage this one a little bit to the end, but he's going to run, probably have too much time left in it to be able to do that. Turney, once he gets about 3 tenths away, the draft will do the rest on that long back straightaway as they go up the hill. 5 to go. What's the lap times look like?
this time by Austin Garrison, 48-0. Joe Turney, another 47-9. Half-tenth gain, and it is deja vu from that second group of the KA Senior heat races. Alex, with Dalton Haynes tracking down Emery Lida, but I think in this case here, Turney might be even a little bit better than that scenario.
Yeah, here comes Joe Turney. Like you said, a 10th faster than Garrison. Massimino was almost 2 tenths faster than Garrison. So this group of second, third, and fourth have left Terlecki, and they've caught up to Garrison. And like you said, it is 4.5 tenths. Looks to be even closer than that this time by. And when it gets to about, like you said, Xander, 3 tenths gap, the draft will do the rest here as they go through the double right-hander through turn 9, turn 10, and down the hill towards turn 11 here. Turney might have enough now towards the draft. Final corner. Let's see what the lap times are this time around. Exiting the final corner, down the front straightaway. Draft is going to be in major play now for Turney. 2 tenths faster than the Speed Concepts driver, Boston Garrison, as they climb the hill, turn 2 and turn 3, and going down the hill now towards the back straightaway, Xander.
Yeah, this is where he'll close up. You saw him start at 2 car lengths away. He ends entering turn 4 a car length away. Sent it pretty deep, though. Garrison was able to get on the power sooner. A little bit of a wider arc for Austin Garrison, a narrower arc for Joe Turney, in contrasting driving styles on the 2 different go-karts. As they head through into turn number 8 here, the 4-car pack is complete, though. It's not just been Joe Turney faster than Garrison. 47.8s as well for Paulie Massimino and Alessandro DiTullio. Up the hill, this time 3 to go. Austin Garrison's got company. It's a 4-car party as they head down the front straightaway.
Yeah, here comes Joe Turney. The draft is majorly in play right now. I mean, to be fair to Austin Garrison, like you said, it is personal bests all across the board for the top 5. So Garrison's car's coming into play as well. But here comes Joe Turney. He's got to run down to turn 4. Does he throw a nose in? No, he doesn't. Austin Garrison lives to fight another corner here as they climb the hill towards turn 5 and turn 6. Garrison gets a good round of the corner again. But like you said, Xander, he does a wider line than Joe Turney. Turney all over the bumper now, exiting 6 and down the hill towards turn 7. Any late braking moves into turn 8 for Joe Turney? Yes, there is. Joe Turney to the lead against Austin Garrison. Here comes Massimino as well in a second.
Paulie Massimino following through. He's been riding in the shadow of Joe Turney this entire heat race. Now it's time to dance for the race lead and the win. DiTullio trying to send it on Garrison. Big mistake. DiTullio had to slam on the binders in 11. He gave up a lot of time. 2 to go. Joe Turney, Massimino, Austin Garrison as Terlecki looks on back in 5th. He's faded a little bit, but down the back straightaway. Massimino not close enough. Turn 4, a lap and a half to go. They'll battle in the hairpin this time, Alex.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, Massimino's been kind of the stunt double for Joe Turney for most of this race, just following him through. Every move that Joe Turney makes, Massimino makes as well. But downhill towards 7 and turn 8. Looks to be too far for Massimino this time by with a lap and a half to go, but he closes up on the braking zone towards turn 8 and through turn 9. Here comes Austin Garrison as well. His race is not over yet. He's in 3rd right now, but he's led most of this race. The pace has been there for the Speed Concepts driver. Let's see what we can do as they go to the final corner here. Massimino all over the bumper of Turney.
White flag in the air. Joe Turney with a good exit out of turn number 11. Massimino's close enough. Bumper, looking Turney. Late block there into turn number 1. That was about as good as it could be. He listened for the motor. As soon as Massimino got close, he no-look blocked him into the corner. He'll do the same into 4. And now with Austin Garrison there, with DiTullio there, Massimino can't open up too much for a crossover or he'll lose 2nd. Through the infield here, final time. Turney, good exit out of 6. He should be safe into turn number 8. Paulie's just going to fade low on Garrison. I think they're going to ride it out from here as they exit the hairpin. Austin Garrison not going to go too hard on Massimino. He stays in line to Tullio as well. It'll be single file. Last time up the hill, Joe Turney has battled this one perfectly. He'll lead out of the final turn, and Joe Turney, Heat 1 winner in X30 Pro. Massimino, Garrison, DiTullio, Terlecki with a fantastic run in 5th. Haynes climbs all the way up to 6th over Kolar, Carr, Ataconis, and Duchak the top 10 as the field cycles by. So X30 Pro all wrapped and sorted. One commercial break, and then we will talk to our top finishers here from Heat 1. And then later on tonight, folks, don't forget, the voting just concluded for the KA Shootout. We'll be announcing our 15 starters for the first of the 2 All-Star races this weekend and the Fast 5 for a number of support classes that'll be running in the prelim show.
All right, welcome back here live from the IAME Grand Nationals here at Trackhouse Motorplex. I think we got Caleb Viesca down there with a few of our X30 Pro senior drivers. Caleb, what you got?
Hello. All right. Thank you, Alex. Here joined with Mr. Joe Turney. Joe Turney, you took the win here in the first heat here in X30. You know, how was that? Obviously, you and Paulie were really close to each other throughout the later stages of the race. You know, how was it getting the win here early?
Yeah, tough heat. Seems like whoever was in front just didn't quite have the speed to go away. So I think if it's like that for the rest of the week, it should be pretty close.
Sounds good. Obviously, one more race here left tonight for you, the KA shootout. How are you feeling going into that?
I don't know if I made it to the shootout, so I don't know. We'll wait and see. And then if we make it, we'll give that a go.
Sounds good. Best of luck, Joe. Thank you. Up next, Mr. Paulie Massimino here. Paulie ended P2 here in this first heat. Paulie, I think you did make the shootout. Joe did not. So how are you feeling coming into the KA shootout next?
I'm glad Joe didn't make it, but we had some good speed in both classes. Obviously at KA we were able to get it done and just kind of put myself in the right position, I think. And X30, it's hard. It's so tight, and you know, it seems like whoever's out in the lead kind of can't do nothing. Yeah, Joe and I were able to reel in Garrison. I just think Joe has a little bit more. I was going to pass him into one, but I guess he heard me coming, so all good.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of money on the line this weekend. You're running both classes. What would it mean to win these 22 grand that are on the line this weekend?
I'd probably quit.
Sounds good. There you have it. Paulie Massimino, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, Austin Garrison. Austin, obviously you lost out a little bit. You were in the lead for the majority of the race. You know, how did it feel losing out? Just fell a little bit short to Joe and Paulie.
Yeah, just like how they were saying, it's hard to kind of push your own air out there. But no, our pace I thought was pretty good. You know, we kept getting a little bit quicker each lap. But they were just, you know, just a little bit faster than I was. So we're going to go back to the drawing board and overthink some things and see if we can go and get some more speed out of it.
Sounds good. Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Caleb. Those are the top three there for the X30 Pro senior drivers. What a race there they had for that first heat. You know, I mean, close battle between those top three. You know, like we were talking about, like Caleb was mentioning, you know, 22 grand on the line throughout the entirety of this weekend. Tonight we have the KA Senior shootout, 5 grand on the line. We don't know if Joe Turney made it just yet. I don't think he made it on position, but there's still the promoters' picks as well, so he still has a chance of making it in, but he didn't make it in on positions, unlike Paulie Massimino. Caleb?
Yeah, of course, as you were saying, Joe Turney, I believe at the moment he did not make it in the top 10 because he did have a couple of issues in that first KA100 heat. But I think when it comes to promoter issues, I think Joe Turney may be in the shootout. Not quite sure at the moment. Obviously, we will see when it comes to the shootout, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, there's been before we shut the stream down for about 30 minutes to get ready for the shootout races coming up tonight with the Fast 5 with the mini, micro, and KA classes, and then obviously the KA Senior shootout. Any closing thoughts for these first for this first heat race, Caleb?
Yeah, obviously, Alex, as we've seen all weekend long, the racing has been absolutely insane. Everybody's going for a pass every single lap. There is a lot of money on the line here, as we've mentioned before, Alex. So definitely a factor here this weekend, the money. Obviously, as you said, as you heard from Paulie himself, he said if he won all that money, he'd quit. So we could see Paulie Massimino's retirement this weekend. But yeah, definitely closing thoughts here for the moment. I guess for now, we saw a lot of close racing here in the first couple of heats. But coming up to the final, I am excited to see the exact same thing, especially in the shootouts.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, money is, a factor in a lot of things, right? And money's probably a factor in some of the decision making that we saw in some of those in the heat races, right? With how aggressive we saw some drivers, wanting to make the shootout races coming up later today. Speaking of which, I mean, in about 30 to 40 minutes time, we're going to get ready to go underway for some shootout racing. Come back in about 30 minutes to a different stream. We're going to close this one, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes time.